you all right if I sit over here?
Yes, that's fine. All right, before we get started, anything from the state, housekeeping wise, I need to address?
No, sir, I don't think so.
How about from the lieutenant?
Nothing on behalf of
Okay.
it just actually, and I'm not sure, Your Honor, maybe you have been doing it and I haven't been paying attention, but are we asking the jury every day, have they paid any attention, seen any news media
I have
reports?
not, I can't. I mean, I've admonished them every day not to. I don't know if there's any requirement that I ask them. State have any strong feeling either way on that?
We don't, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I think I'm just gonna continue admonishing them not to.
Yes, sir. And nothing else on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Okay, all right, first, we have lost another juror to illness. So, number 22, which was the first selected juror. My clerk has prepared and the numbers of the other alternates, which I will draw from as required by statute. So, our replacement will be juror number 232. All right. All right, so we will replace and juror number 22, just to the record, juror number 22 called in today, indicated she was sick and would not be able to make it, so she will be replaced about random drawing per the statute by juror number 232. All right, have another note from the jury, and they are obviously sensing the pace this trial is going because that says, Judge, we have a juror that has an important doctor's appointment that must be kept. The appointment is for June 3rd. So if we are still here, then we'll work around that juror's doctor's appointment.
That's Wednesday next week. I think that's it.
I thought so too. Sorry. That has been marked as Court's Exhibit 16. All right, a couple other things, just housekeeping wise. I thought about addressing this yesterday morning after Monday's arguments when things started getting a little chippy and I didn't, and it started bubbling over yesterday. And I don't know what or why there's this dynamic in this courtroom. I don't know whether it's TV cameras, media cover, I don't know. But there's way too much acrimony, bickering back and forth, sarcasm, eye rolling, disparaging opposing counsel. That stops right now. I didn't practice that way. I don't like preside over cases that way. And I'm not talking to one person, I'm talking to every person. So that stops now. You are all great lawyers, and I've worked with every one of you as a member of the bench. I know many of you personally outside the courtroom. I've known some of you for the entirety of my career. I respect every one of you, but this needs to stop. Just be the great lawyer you are, try your case, and let's move on. And from here on out, we're going to have one lawyer, one witness. We're going to have one lawyer, one argument. Also, happened a couple times yesterday, the lawyers need to stand when they're addressing the court, with the exception of Mr. Swirling, because he did address that with me. He had an issue with his knee. And his birthday's Saturday, so Stacy.
Don't say that one over there.
What else? Just caution you also as to the redundancy, especially on direct. 611D allows me to permit some of that. But I know Ms. Taylor may remember the last trial I was with you, the juror sent a note, or the jury sent a note requesting that counsel limit their repetitive questions to 2 or 3. So y'all keep that in mind. Just everybody take a glance back at Rule 18 of the Criminal Rules of Procedure. Also, in pretrial matters, we dealt with the issue of today being the anniversary of the event which we are all here for. I'm told there may be some lapel buttons or things of that nature. In pretrial, I ordered that there not be any mention of the anniversary today. So if anybody has anything like that on, it could be viewed by a juror, I'd ask that it be removed. Mr. McCullough, you were the point man on the subpoena for Mr. Rutherford. What's the status of that?
All right, now she is released.
She is released. Okay. Can someone from the state or defense let Ms. Rutherford know that she is released from her subpoena?
With our apologies, Your Honor.
It's no problem.
Well, it is a problem. Apparently, she had a personal trip that she has now canceled, perhaps, but I hope she can put it back together.
Okay. I had that on the list. I think that is everything. Just wanted to follow up too on the issue yesterday with Deputy English and Deputy Carter, the statements, the Rule 106 issue. Based on, just to clarify, and I did have the opportunity to look over the exhibits, I'm going to stand by that ruling on the rule of completeness, but just with a finding that the statements or the body cams consisted of 2 separate statements. There's some case law that basically two statements don't satisfy or aren't required. If they're 2 separate statements, they aren't required to be both submitted basically per the terms of the rule of completeness. So I'm going to stand by that ruling, but again, I'm going to find that the statement of English and the statement of Carter are 2 separate statements. Anything else?
None from the state.
Just per your ruling, we understand completely. Just let the court know with the court's written instructions and the solicitors, Carter has been subpoenaed and will be testifying. So it's just so we know that we've done everything that the court has required under the extradition.
And based upon some other cases I read, and it does, if there's any error I may have made.
He is subpoenaed and he will be testifying to the remainder of the statement based on the state's request in the court.
All right, Mr. Tolbert, can you let your number 232 know that she is now part of the town? I will, yes. Thank you, sir, and bring them on in. All right, Madam Floor Lady, I received your note with regard to a juror having a medical appointment next Wednesday, June 3rd. In the event we are still here, I will make not every effort. The juror, we will adjourn in order for, or start later, or we'll work around it, put it that way. I was having trouble spitting that out, but we'll make the appointment happen. How about that? All right. Stay ready to see.
State's ready, Your Honor.
All your hands with.
State Road, Jasmine Broadwater.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record. Jasmine Broadwater.
Hey, please, court.
Yes, Ms. Lee.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. Would you mind just telling us where you're from?
I'm born and raised here in Columbia. I currently live now in Michigan,
What took you to Michigan?
job-wise.
Where do you work?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
When did you move to Michigan?
I moved to Michigan 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Where did you live before that? Here?
I lived here.
Where at? Abouts?
I lived in an apartment complex, Brookside Crossing on Park Lane.
Okay, so pretty close to where all this happened.
Yes, sir.
And so were you living there on May 28th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through what you were doing that day?
That day I had family from Michigan in town, and we were on our way going out to eat when we saw the incident occur.
Who was with you?
My aunt from Michigan.
Anybody else?
No, just me and her.
Were you guys driving together separately?
We were driving together. She was driving.
She was driving. Okay. What kind of car were you in?
We were in, it's a Cadillac SUV, one of those new models. It was her vehicle.
Do you remember if your windows were up or down?
They were half cracked.
And were you pulling out of, like, where were you pulling out of, what subdivision or neighborhood?
We were pulling out of Brookside Crossing, leaving out, trying to make a right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states 15. Now, Ms. Broadwater, I am unfortunately lacking in the height department, so even with this great piece of modern technology, I may not be able to point exactly to where I'm indicating, but if you need me to specify, I will let you know. Or you let me know. So could you tell us roughly where your neighborhood was?
The neighborhood is right there. That's considered, yes, that's considered Brookside Crossing.
Okay. And were you pulling out of this area?
Yes, we were pulling out, making a right.
Okay, so you're coming this way.
Yes,
All right, and then this is the gas station to start.
correct.
Okay, so whenever you were pulling out this way, did anything draw your attention to the right?
No, we were just pulling out. When I turned my head to the right, me and my aunt, that's when we saw the incident occur.
Okay. Stephanie, can we do 26? I'm going to show you what's also in evidence. It states 26. So this is, what direction is this? Is this towards where you're coming out of or away?
This is towards, so as you come, this will be my right, so it's coming out up there where the tree is at.
Okay, so you would have been down over here, far into the photo, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Do 27, Stephanie. Is this the same rough?
Correct. Where that truck is at, that's where we were coming out.
Okay, perfect. And can we show 29? What direction is this pointing on Spring Tree?
So with the car being this way, it will be to my right.
Okay, so this would be
This would
roughly
be-
where you were coming out of?
I was on the passenger side, so that's to my right.
Okay, perfect. And you said you were on the passenger side?
Yes.
So whenever you were coming out, you said were you just looking for cars, looking if anything was coming so you could pull out?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you looked to the right, what did you see?
When we looked to the right, I seen a young man running
I heard a pop sound, and my aunt, we looked, we said, "What is that?" We saw the young man go down to the ground, and we saw the older man had a gun in his hand pointed in a gun stance.
All right, let's walk through that just a bit slower for the jury, okay? So you said you saw a young man running. Do you remember what he was wearing at all?
Yes, he was wearing a red hoodie, black basketball shorts, white long socks.
Okay. Do you know how close everybody was? Were they pretty close, pretty far away to each other?
They were pretty close.
Pretty close, okay. So whenever you looked over there, did you see the young man carrying anything?
No.
Okay. You said you heard a pop. Did you recognize what that sound was?
Not at first until I seen him hit the ground.
Okay. And when you saw Cyrus hit the ground, what did you see anybody else doing at that time?
First, me and my aunt, we were just staring. We saw the guy had his gun pointed still, and I believe his son, he had came to a stop as well.
You said the guy was holding a gun. Do you know who that guy was?
The store owner of the Shell gas station.
Okay. The man sitting over at that table?
Yes.
Compared to you guys do.
We stopped. My aunt said, "Jazz, he just shot that boy. You need to call the police." We're both about to call them, so we both put on our cell phones. We called. My aunt said, "I just want to make sure we're seeing what we see." So we drove out real slow, and we still see Cyrus on the ground. Looked like he was trying to push himself up, like how somebody's doing push-ups, but they're shaking really bad. And he propped back down on the ground and started banging on the ground like in pain.
So at that point, were you still sitting at this intersection that we have right up here, or were you moving?
We were moving real slow because we wanted to make sure we saw everything. And that's when I got on the phone with 911 and explained to them, like, "Hey, we just saw the gas station owner shoot a young boy." And then my aunt, she said, "We need to get out of here." So we drove up to an empty parking lot near where the old Columbia Mall is at. And 911 had me on hold for a long time, so we hung up and we called again.
Okay. Whenever you were driving by, did you see Mr. Chow's son doing anything?
He was standing with his hands on his hips like he was trying to catch his breath.
Okay. Now you said you drove past this incident location and you parked somewhere, a mall, you said?
Yes, so it's further up the street.
Okay.
So once we drove out, we went further up, passing the gas station, making our right, and going to an empty parking lot.
Okay. And when you parked there, did you call 911 again?
Yes, because they had me on hold.
And after you talked to 911, where did you guys go?
Me and my aunt, we went to go get something to eat because that was our plan. That's why we were leaving the neighborhood. We went to go get something to eat. We ate. By the time we came back, it was dark outside. My aunt said, hopefully everything is fine by the time we come back. But by the time we turned down to where my neighborhood was at, the street was blacked out and we saw nothing but blue police lights.
When did you talk to law enforcement about what you saw?
Once I had my aunt go back into my apartment, I told her I'll be back. I need to go speak to somebody, let them know what I saw. When I went out of the neighborhood, it was kind of hard to come out, and I saw a police officer. I said, "Hey, what happened to the young man that was here? I seen an incident that happened." He asked me, "Did you see what happened?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Okay, did you file a report?" I said, "No, not yet. I'm just letting you know what I saw." And he said, "Okay, somebody will get in contact with you."
Okay. Did you talk to law enforcement the next day then?
I did.
Court's indulgence?
Yes, sir.
Just two more questions for you, ma'am. Whenever you were pulling out, who did you see holding a gun?
Mr. Rick.
Did you see Cyrus holding anything?
No.
no further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Broadwater, how are you?
I'm getting yourself.
We got to get some pleasantries. The two of us have never met. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Madam Court Reporter next to you is taking down every word that you're saying. I always go through this with everybody. And she can't take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Two, she can't take down that the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me the opportunity to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you the opportunity to answer. Is that fair?
I understand.
And finally, sometimes I've been known to speak way too fast. And if I speak too fast and you cannot understand my question, if you ask me to repeat it, I promise you I will. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so I want to make sure I get a little background. What part of Michigan? I went to law school in Michigan, so what part of Michigan?
I currently live in Clinton Township.
How long did it take you to get here? Drive, fly?
I drove.
Oh my God, I've done that drive. It is not an enjoyable drive whatsoever.
No.
I know it's not. What is that? 15 hours?
10.
Did you make it in less than 10? Or did you go the speed limit the whole way?
Whole way. Whole way.
Jasmine, I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I really want to talk about everything that happened that day. Do you understand?
I understand.
And if I'm not mistaken, you feel free to correct me where I'm wrong, this was definitely an emotional situation. Is that, remember the, is that a yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And if I'm going through your testimony correctly, the first thing you did was call 911.
That is correct.
And that's when emotions were still going high and heavy. Do you remember that call to 911?
Correct, yes.
And you talked to the 911 operator?
Yes.
You remember a conversation with the 911 operator?
Yes.
And that was as close to the time as possible. Is that correct? Do you mind if I call you Jasmine?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was close to the time as possible, correct, Jasmine?
Correct.
And when we talked to the 911 operator, do you remember specifically telling him you did not actually see the shooting?
I stated in my 911 call, I said, I think I saw it, and then my aunt was behind me, as you can hear in the 911 call. She said, no, Jasmine, he did shoot that boy. And I said, yes, he did.
Okay. And I want to go through some of that, and I'm not trying to trap you. I want to make sure I understand. And I think that is exactly what I heard on the 911. But when you were talking to the 911 operator, you initially said, I didn't see anything, correct?
No, I said, I think I saw.
You think you saw. You were not positive when you talked to him.
Correct, because my emotions gone.
Fresh to the incident as possible, close to possible, emotional situation.
Correct.
And then you utter what you remember to the 911 operator, fair?
Correct.
And then you said, I think I saw, is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then somebody in the car told you you actually did see. Is that what your testimony just was?
Yes.
Okay. And a lot of that 911 call, and Jasmine, you've had opportunity to work your 911 call.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not tricky or anything, so I'm going to ask you questions. And would you agree with me, a lot of that 911 call with things like you just said, I think I saw this may have happened, it was stuff like that. I think they call it equivocation. Do you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then when the officer, whatever they call those 911 officers, they ask you a question. Did you see him shoot the boy, or did you just hear the gun go off? And your response was, we just heard the gun go off, and then we happened to see the owner pointing the gun at the boy while he was on the ground. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling them, and I think you had described maybe you thought they might have been fireworks because you weren't sure what they were at the time. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then later, I think you gave two different statements. I don't want to say different because it sounds like I'm accusing you. You gave two additional statements. Is that a,
That's sorry. Yes.
that's a yes? You gave two additional statements.
Yes.
And each statement after that first 911 call, would you agree, got a little more detailed?
Yes.
Okay. And this was after you had met with law enforcement?
The next day.
Yes.
That's when I met with law enforcement.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand, you also testified, you also gave the law enforcement, or one of these interviews that you gave, you specifically saw Mr. Chow toss the gun away?
I'm not sure if it was a gun. I remember when my aunt and we was driving slowly away.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chow still had his gun pointed at him while Cyrus was on the ground. He still had his gun in his left hand. He squat down. He grabbed something off the ground, tossed it, and then put his right hand back on the gun, still pointed at Cyrus as he was on the ground.
Okay, so to repeat my question, you saw him toss something away, but you're not sure what it was.
Not sure what it was.
You don't remember if you told 911 or one of the other subsequent interviews that it may have been a firearm?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did, I'm just asking the question. You understand, I'm not trying to
Correct.
trick you or anything like that, Jasmine. And Jasmine, do you remember doing or giving a diagram to law enforcement about where you saw the bodies?
Correct.
And they went through and you gave an identification where you saw everybody on the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And you may or may not know, and don't answer the question if you do not know. Are you aware that the diagram and the identifications of where you put the bodies would have been after the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Which would have been consistent with you seeing the end of the shooting and maybe not the beginning or during?
No.
Okay. And possibly going in conjunction with your 911 call, which you originally told the 911 operator that you did not see the actual shooting, and maybe you just saw the aftermath of what happened.
So I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Yeah, that was, remember those long questions I told you about?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Take your time, please.
So, as I stated, when I turned my head to the right,
Yes, ma'am.
we heard a pop. Me and my aunt said, "What is that?" We saw Cyrus go down. That's when I seen Mr. Rich had his gun pointed. And that's when my aunt said, "He just shot that boy. We need to call 911." And we both called 911. That's when my aunt took her time to drive out slow to make sure that we saw everything. And we, as I stated, he still had his gun pointed in the back of Cyrus.
I think you answered my question absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry. Are you driving back today?
Yes.
Right after this?
Mm-hmm.
I pray for you. Drive safe. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anything already ready?
Court's going to John.
No further questions, John.
Very good, Mr. Crawford. You can step down. Thank you for being here. Ready to call next witness?
Yes, sir. State calls Devontae Bryant.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're giving this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand and state your full name for the record.
My name is Devontae Bryant.
Morning, Devontae. How old are you?
33.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Rutherford Company. It's a company out of
Second?
Rutherford Company.
Where do you live?
Hopkins, South Carolina.
Oh, man, you gotta speak up a little bit. I'm
Hopkins.
Hopkins, okay. Where did you
Right,
go?
if you'll speak up a little bit for us, our court reporter here is taking down everything you say. Just make sure you say yes, no, answer verbally. You know, we all understand what you mean when you nod your head, but make sure that you speak up a little bit, so we have to make a record of everything.
Okay.
All right?
Devontae, where did you grow up?
Like Fair Road area. I grew up in Bethel Bishop Apartments.
What are the Bethel Bishop Apartments?
It's meaning what?
What are they?
I mean, it's a. Today they still consider it as like the worst, one of the worst neighborhoods in Columbia.
Okay.
Things like that.
Is it a high crime area?
Yeah.
All right. Is it low income kind of housing?
Yeah.
Did you witness crime when you were growing up there?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Did you ever see teenagers with firearms?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon in your experience?
Common.
Okay. Why do 14-year-olds have guns?
I mean, it's like,
You know, I'm going to object to that. A lot of speculation. I'm saying it right there, and this is definitely not an expert.
I will allow it to the extent you can speak from personal knowledge, but not to speculate about the general population.
Yes, sir. You were a 14-year-old kid once, is that correct?
yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see other 14-year-olds or other youths with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm just asking, honestly, did you ever have a chance to hold a gun when you were underage?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you feel compelled to hold a gun or carry a gun?
I mean, just seeing the stuff that's around me, trying to, fit in with people, and then, like growing up, you want acceptance. You want to be cool with everybody. You want everybody to like you. You want everybody to be around you.
Okay.
So you follow what's going on.
All right. So in your experience in the areas you grew up with, guns were cool.
Yeah.
And would you have certain cachet? Do you know what that means? Would it help your reputation sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that?
I mean, it's like I said, it's more like it's a acceptance thing. That's what it'll help with. Kids being cool with you being cool with other kids, you having an influence. You just not being talked about in a lame way with kids. You want to be popular or things like that.
Okay. So, in your experience growing up in the Bethel Bishop, was it common or uncommon to see people who were under the age of 18 with guns?
Common.
Okay. High crime area Bethel Bishop. You yourself have been in some trouble. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. And got to ask you about some. I've got, as far as criminal convictions, in 2017, you got in a little bit of trouble, or maybe a lot of trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see a conviction for an accessory after the fact to a felony.
Yes, sir.
Did you plead guilty to that?
Yes, sir. I did. They gave me 5 years for that.
Okay. I see that you were convicted of a possession of a stolen vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see that you got convicted of an auto breaking. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks like that was about 9 years ago that you pled guilty. I don't know when did the crimes occur?
I can't remember exactly, but all of that, I played to all of those in one.
Okay. And that was 9 years ago, 2017?
Yeah.
Let's go to 3 years ago, May 28th of 2023. You remember that date?
Yes, sir.
You remember what you were doing on that day?
Yeah, I was going to my brother's house. Her brother's. I was meeting my girlfriend at her brother's house.
Okay. You meet your girlfriend?
At her brother's house.
I got you. Okay. And where did your girlfriend's brother live?
Greenbrier Apartments, off of Park Lane.
Okay. Had you been to the Greenbrier Apartments before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an area you were familiar with?
Yeah, kind of. Just like going to his house, and her mom stays up the street too.
Okay. What were you driving at the time?
White Honda Accord.
All right. Do you remember what direction you were? I guess you would have turned off Park Lane Road.
Yeah, I was coming from the interstate, which is by the Circle K.
Okay. So then you would have taken a left or a right onto Spring Street.
All right.
Right. Okay. Let me set it down. 14. All right. Do you recognize what we're looking at in States 14?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I understand you right, what is this building with the red?
That's the gas station.
All right. Can you see me, Devontae?
Yes.
All right. So you were coming up Park Lane and taking a right.
Yes.
Okay. States 15. All right. Keep going. 16. Okay, and this, where that car would have been, you were just going up and you were taking a right?
Yeah, whatever the gray car is.
Okay. So let me have slide 20. All right, have you seen this video before, state slide 20?
Yeah, I think you showed.
Tell me if you see your car and just let me know when you see your car in this video.
Right there.
That's you up there, that white car?
Yeah.
Okay, play it a second. Okay. And did that show you on Park Lane taking a right on Spring Tree?
Yeah.
Who was in the car with you?
Just me.
All right. What did you see?
When as I turned, once I got like maybe by what's that stuff? An entryway in the parking lot for the store.
Uh-huh.
There was the young boy and it was two people chasing him. And by the time I got close by the entrance, he had ran out of shoe. You know, like ran across the street. They still chasing him. He stumbles and falls. He's trying to get back up. He making up.
Wait a minute, let me stop you real quick. You talk about the young boy. Did you see the young boy you're describing in that video?
Yeah.
Stakes number 20?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he wearing?
A hoodie.
Okay. You said they were chasing him. Who was they?
The man and his son.
Okay. Did you ever seen any of these people before?
No.
Okay. The man and his son, do you know who that man is now?
Well, yeah, now.
Okay. And who was that man?
His name Chow.
Okay. Do you see him here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is he?
Right there with glasses.
So Rick Chow and his son, and Rick Chow's son were chasing the red shirt boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the boy in the red? Do you know him now to be Cyrus?
Yeah, now.
Okay. If I call him Cyrus, would you know him?
Yeah.
Did you get to see Cyrus's face when he was running?
Just this side when they crossed the street. And yeah, the right side of his face as I was advancing up Spring Tree.
Okay. What, if anything, did Cyrus have in his hand?
A book bag?
Okay. Okay. What else did he have in his hand? Anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And how close did Cyrus, Rick Chow, and Andy Chow get to you while you're driving down Spring Tree?
Real close. I had to hit my brakes because if I wasn't paying no attention, I could have hit one of them. That's how close they was to my car.
Okay. So they ran in front of your car?
Yeah.
Okay. As they crossed Spring Tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to see any kind of facial expressions that Cyrus was making?
No, not really. No.
Okay. What did you think when you first saw Rick Chow and his son Andy? Did Rick Chow and his son Andy, did they appear to be adults or did they appear to be young adults?
No, adults. And I thought that maybe it was the police maybe chasing him because when he was running, I could see his holster, you know, like, and I see people on the pictures up front of the stores for stealing, not being chased. So at first I was thinking that he was maybe a police officer.
Yes.
I just want to ask you what you were observing, okay? What you're observing right then and there. You said you thought it looked like, or you thought it was the police chasing the boy,
Yeah.
Cyrus. And you thought that because what did you see on Rick Chow?
I seen a holster with a gun in it.
And that was in plain view.
Yeah, it, like his shirt was flapping up as he was running.
Okay. Did Cyrus appear to be an adult or?
No, you could tell he was a kid.
Okay. All right, where was I? Let me see slide 24. All right, who's that white car that just stopped?
That's me.
Where about? Okay, play that back up a little bit, Stephanie, where this car goes by. All right, play. Okay, what are you doing there?
I'm slowing down because they running across the street.
Okay. If you hadn't slowed down, what was your fear that would happen?
I would have hit one of them.
Okay. You're driving up Springtree, going to your girlfriend's brother's house. Were you expecting 3 people to run across the path
No.
of your car?
No.
Okay. You slow down, almost to a stop. Is that what we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you go out of view of this camera shot, this is states 24. What are you doing next as you're driving?
Driving real slow, paying attention to the 3 people that's running.
Okay. Did you drive behind them, or did you sort of pace them? You know what pace means?
Yeah, paced them.
Okay. Or did you go on ahead of them?
No, paced them.
All right. Why did you pace them?
They was chasing them, so I was really trying to see what was going on. And like I said, at first I thought it was like the police chasing somebody.
Okay. Well, you're in the right lane of travel, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. And so, are they on? As you're pacing them, are they on your left or are they on your right?
They're on my left.
Okay. And are you focusing on the road, or are you focusing on these people that just ran out in front of your car?
The people.
Okay. Did you have a good vantage point or a bad vantage point?
Good.
Okay. Why are you focused so much on the people instead of the road in front of you?
Like I said, trying to see what's going on. And then once he fell.
Wait a minute, we're going to get that.
Okay.
From that vantage point, did you ever see Cyrus pull anything out of his pocket?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see anything? Did he lose any clothing while you were watching him?
Shoe?
You saw him lose a shoe?
Yeah, he had a white Air Force One on.
Okay. Did he stop to get his shoe, or did he continue running?
He kept running.
Okay. Did you see him drop any other things while he was around the shoe?
No.
Okay. Did you see him throw anything?
No.
Okay. Stephanie, can you play slide 21? All right. Is that what you're describing, what we just watched in that video?
Yeah.
Stephanie, can you go back maybe like 5 seconds or so? Put the cursor here. All right, I want you to focus, Devontae, on this area.
Okay.
And I want you to speak up if you see your car or when you see your car.
Okay.
All right?
Now,
That's you?
yeah,
Okay, so were you in close proximity to them, or were you a great distance from them?
close,
Was your vantage point good, or did you have a poor vantage point?
good,
Okay. And your testimony was you continued to pace them as they ran up the river?
yes,
All right. He lost his shoe at some point. Had he already crossed Spring Tree, or was he still in the parking lot side of Spring Tree?
no, he lost his shoe before he crossed the street,
Okay. And then you're saying he continued across the street?
yeah.
Okay. What, if anything, happened to his book bag?
I wouldn't have known. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't have known if anything happened because once it fell, he didn't pick it back up.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's go ahead then and get to what you're talking about where he fell.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed about him falling.
Okay, so when he fell after he got across the street,
Okay.
it was something over there that it looked like he had to trip up over or something.
You saw him trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And were Rick Chow and Andy Chow in front of him when he tripped, or were they still behind him?
Behind him, but they was real close up on him when he tripped.
Okay. So when he tripped, how would you describe the fall?
He fell hard. The first fall was real hard.
Okay. Did he try to get back up, or did he get back up?
Yeah, he tried to get back up, but it was more so of a stumble versus him standing straight up.
Okay. Did you see the book bag again after he got up?
No, it was on the ground.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything in his hand at this point?
No.
All right. Was he able to get back up on his feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
It's like he stood up almost all the way up completely. He maybe took a step, if that, and that's when he shot.
Okay. And then what happened?
Like Cyrus fell. Once he fell, he was trying to like roll himself over, but I don't know if he could or not. But he was like putting his hands up as he was trying to roll himself over.
Okay.
But you could tell he was still out of breath. Like he was still breathing real hard.
Okay. Yes, that stays 25. You recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the spot where you remember him taking that first fall?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I think probably with the court's permission, if Devontae could step down and point out.
That'll be fine.
Okay. All right, Devontae, all right, so this is, where, on States 25, is the gas station in front of us or behind us? Okay. And if we're right here, do you see the spot you were just describing where Cyrus took that initial fall?
Yeah.
All right, can you point to it with a pointer?
Yeah, it's like he took that first initial fell. He hit the ground real hard.
Okay. And speak up too, so she
Yeah, I said up there he hit the ground real hard. That's when he first fell.
Okay. Point to it again. Okay. So he was in the road and then he falls into the grass, or he falls into the road?
No, he was in the grass and he fell into the grass, like on the side. He never
Okay.
got back in the road.
I got you.
Once they crossed the street this way,
Uh-huh.
he never went back towards the right.
Okay.
All his movement was on this side of the road.
I got you. But he's running up the road, and does he trip over the curb, or did you see what he tripped over?
No, I couldn't tell what he tripped on.
Okay. But he fell towards the grass.
Yeah.
All right. And at this point, when he trips, where's Rick Chow? Can you point to where he is?
He's like right behind him. So if Cyrus trips up in here, Rick Chow.
All right. Can you say about how far behind him he was?
Maybe 2 feet, if that.
So he's right up here.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're Cyrus, he's about this close?
Yeah.
All right, where is Andy Chow, Rick Chow's son?
And when Cyrus fell, he's beside him.
Okay, these two, Rick's behind him or to the side of him?
Beside the who, the son?
Yeah.
No, they side by side almost.
But they're right back in 2 feet or so is what your testimony is?
Yeah.
Okay, so about the distance, maybe give or take?
Yeah, give or take about this distance. Yeah.
Okay. Did they do anything to him while he's on the ground?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in Cyrus's hand at that point?
No. Did the book bag had filled.
Okay. Did Rick and his son Andy allow Cyrus to get back up or attempt to get back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
So once he get back up, like I said, he fell. He's trying to get upright, but he stumbled after the second fall.
Okay.
And as he's trying to get up after that last stumble, he's trying to stand straight up so he can keep advancing because he's trying to get away from them. He's not once like trying to turn around or trying to go toward the street. He's trying to get to the apartments. He's going straight up.
Okay. That's what it appeared to be that he was trying to get to those apartments. And
Yeah.
what are those called again?
Brookside.
Okay. That's what it appeared to you that he was trying to make his way to those apartments?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable kind of demonstrating what you're talking about? I think I know, but you say he hits the ground and he's trying to get up and go, but he's stumbling. Can you kind of demonstrate that to the jury? Do you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the first fall, when he falls, it's like he completely falls all the way down almost.
All right. Chest to the ground.
Yeah. And then he gets up, and as he's, like I say, he getting up, but he moving so fast, he's stumbling.
Okay.
So after the last stumble, it's like he's trying to get completely up, stand upright. So he maybe took a step or two after that, then that's when the shot went off.
Okay. And that was the second fall.
Yeah. Well, you can say the second fall, yeah.
Okay. Did he ever get back up again after that?
After the shot, no.
Okay.
After he fell, I think I shot him.
And you're saying you saw him roll around and...
Yeah, it's like he was trying, after he fell on the ground from being shot, it's like he was trying to turn over with his hands.
Okay. You take. Did you see anything in his hand at that point?
No.
Do you recognize this little area behind these trees to be where Cyrus came to rest?
Yeah. Like on the left side of those trees, yes.
Right in here to
Yeah.
some degree? All right. Zoom back out a little bit. And we're still looking at states 25. All right, so I just want to be clear, correct me if I'm wrong, but you say the first time he fell, it was somewhere in this area.
Yeah.
And what I understood you say, correct me if I'm wrong, was that Rick Chow and his son were somewhere in this area behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Rick Chow out here in the road?
No.
Did you ever see Andy Chow out here in the road?
No.
Your testimony is that the two of them were, correct me if I'm wrong, I want you to just, I don't want to put any words in your mouth. But if Cyrus fell right here, you saw Rick and Andy side by side, I think you said this kind of area.
Yeah.
And why did you have such a good vantage point again?
I was in the road, and like I said, I was just staring at it. It was, I don't remember a car being in front of me or behind me, so I was driving real slow, just watching him the whole time.
Devontae, did you stay on scene after this?
Not really on scene. After the situation happened, I rolled back past. I saw all the older ladies around him. Then I went to the car wash up the street. That's where I still was on the phone with my mom. I was telling her what was going on, and just trying to get my head on straight. And then I went right back down.
Okay. So, where did you turn around? Did you ever go to your girlfriend's, your girlfriend's brother's apartment?
No, I never made it.
All right. And did they live in this apartment that's over here to the left?
No, they live in the one that's all the way in the back.
Okay. Does this Spring Tree dead end into that apartment?
Yeah, I would say because Greenbrier is the last apartment back there, and I don't know if they have a back entrance. I think it's just a front entrance.
Is that Greenbrier?
I can't really tell from that picture.
So, but if I understand, you were going this way. Is this the driveway you turned around in to get back out after you saw the shooting?
No, I turned around a little bit past that.
That driveway?
Yeah, like up there.
Okay. And you just abandoned your plans to go to the
Yeah,
girlfriend's brother's house?
yeah,
Why did you abandon those plans?
because of the situation that happened.
Okay. You said you left to get your head straight, but you did return and speak to
Yes.
law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know any of these people before that day?
No.
Devontae, please answer any questions that Mr. Kent has for you.
Cross-examination.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break. Let's say we'll be back out at 10:45. Got some technological issues that we need to work through. So we'll take about a 15-minute break and we'll see you shortly. Do not discuss the case, and Mr. Bryan, don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. Okay? Yeah, and you can get down, you can go to the restroom. All right, we'll be at these till 10:45.
Just go sit outside. Just go sit outside.
Yeah. now, Mr. Bryant.
Do you want to put that on the record within the court, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we appreciate you giving us a break to make sure we are ready to get proper for cross-examination. Secondly, at the bench, I made an objection, which was consistent with the court's pretrial ruling. During pretrial rulings, the state of South Carolina argued that they should be able to put a wall of shame up in front of the jury. We asked that it not be put up. And subject of compromise, the court asked the solicitor's offices all they were going to put it up and not make any discussion about these were people who had not been chased before. When this witness testified, and I think it was spontaneous, it was not elicited from the solicitor's office. However, this witness gave the same exact language that they said they would not be giving into. His statement on the record was, this was a wall where people who had not been chased before, something of that nature, I don't want to quote, but it was something of that nature. We immediately made an objection. The court at the bar basically gave us a choice. Did we want a curative instruction or did we want to move on? I was at the bench with co-counsel Swirling and McCullough. At that point in time, we thought it would be best to leave it alone and not to bring any light to it. The court gave us an option if we wanted a curative instruction. As a strategy decision, we chose against it. However, we were very concerned that this not come out again. Again, we agree it's not elicited from the solicitor's office, but it still is a concern of ours because that's something that the court said we did. Thank you, sir.
Yep, I think that accurately reflects the bench conference. I did give you all the options of curative or simply move along so as not to draw further attention to it. And I'll just let Mr. Bryant know, Mr. Bryant, and you weren't privy to that, so it's not your fault. You're not in trouble. Nobody's fussing at you. But we, as far as the photos and things, you may have knowledge of what those photos mean on the wall and in the store, but we're not discussing any of that as far as what that means or whether or not folks were ever chased or not chased. But we're just staying away from that so we don't prejudice any of the parties. So again, you didn't know about that. You weren't here for pretrial motions. Things like that happen. But just stay away from that for the remainder of your testimony.
Okay.
All right.
And Your Honor, we agree that even though it's not stricken from the record, it cannot be argued as if it's part of evidence in the record at this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Just from, I guess, the media standpoint, I know we only have the one camera in here, but the clerk's office just got an email from a alleged concerned citizen in Washington, D.C., watching the trial, and says that, I don't know if the person is a lawyer, knows something about procedure, but said they were able to see one of the jurors on camera.
Didn't happen.
Okay, well, I
The
just,
deputy, he's probably the top.
a blonde lady, in May. It was sent to the clerk's
And
office.
I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay, well, just, we have.
I'm very cautious.
I know you are, and, but I just want to make sure, since it was sent to the clerk's office. It probably, of course, had a blonde hair with a pinkish outfit sitting closer to the witness. So we're probably talking about the kids.
Make sure they know what I am.
That's an expert.
Yeah. Wanted to address it for the record, to be sure.
No,
All right.
I think that circle is
Your Honor, we are ready.
Ready for cross? All right, Mr. Tolman, bring in the jury, please.
Hang on.
there.
Jury's present, John. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bryant, my name is Sean Kent. I do not believe we've ever met each other. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we never met.
And I'm going to go over a couple of rules so we can be on the same page as I'm asking you questions. Is that fair?
Okay.
And I do this with everybody. Just make sure we're both on the same page. Madam Court Reporter has taken down every single word that you are saying. You did a good job from the state, but she cannot take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. So make sure you answer yes, no, and so on so she can get every word. Is that fair?
Okay.
2, she cannot take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me opportunity to ask my question, I'll give you opportunity to answer the question. Is that fair?
Okay.
And if at any point in time I speak way too fast, and I've been told I do that, and you do not understand my question, if you simply ask me to repeat it, I will repeat it so you can have it read again. Is that fair? If I can remember the question.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you prefer Mr. Bryant, Devontae? What do you want to be called? I want to give you a proper title.
Either or.
Okay. Is it fine if I call you Mr. Bryant?
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I want to go through first the testimony that you offered the state of South Carolina just a few moments ago. Do you remember what you testified to?
Yeah.
And I want to first start at the beginning part of your testimony that you were giving to the jury when they were asking you questions about guns. So remember that.
Yeah.
And when they were asking you questions about guns, they were asking you about the prevalence and the amount of guns in the community of children, 14-year-olds and so forth. Remember those questions?
Yeah.
And do you remember saying that it was basically normal that a lot of kids have guns?
Yeah.
And it is okay for them to have guns because it's a sign, a status or something of that nature, right?
I'm not saying okay, but
It's not okay, is it?
yeah.
It's not okay?
I didn't say that it was okay for a child to have a gun. I never said that.
And then let me follow that up with that question. It's not okay, is it?
I mean, it depends on what point you come from. I don't.
Please explain. What point would make it okay for somebody under the age of 15 to possess a firearm?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Well, you do know. You just said it depends. So let the jury know, based upon the questions from the state and your answer, when is it okay for someone under the age of 14 or a child to have a gun?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, everybody had their own viewpoint of it. That's why I say it depends.
And I'm asking your viewpoint, based upon your testimony, based upon what you've offered to this jury, when is it okay?
I mean, protection-wise, if you ask me,
Go on, please. I did ask you.
that's it.
What do you mean protection-wise?
Depending on the area you grew up in or the areas you stay in, maybe.
And so when the state of South Carolina put you on the stand, they understood that you felt it was okay to break the law for protection.
Objection to the question.
I'll refer.
All right, ready.
It is your testimony that it is okay to break the law for protection purposes.
No, I'm not saying. I never once said that.
Okay, tell me what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Just, I don't remember, but I didn't say that.
No, you just said it a few seconds ago, that it would be okay for protection purposes for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm. Is that what you just said?
That's what I said.
Is it legal for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm?
No.
So would it be breaking the law for a person under 14 to have a firearm?
Yeah.
And so would your testimony not have just been, it is okay for someone under the age of 14 to break the law for protection? Isn't that your testimony?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I guess. Because that's what they put you up to justify and say it's okay. So is that your testimony still to this jury?
Objection to the question and the implication.
I'll allow it, but be careful.
I know. Did you understand my question?
No, sir.
Well, let's move on just a bit. We'll go back to that. Do you own a firearm?
No.
You don't have a firearm.
No.
Did you have a firearm that day
No.
in your vehicle?
No.
You have a child yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
3.
And I think one of them would be 14 years old right now.
Yeah.
You would not want him to have a firearm.
No.
You would instruct him not to have a firearm.
No.
You would not want him to have a firearm for protection or status or anything.
No.
No, you would think it would be wrong. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
It would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And you would not want your child in the community carrying a firearm.
No.
the solicitor's office asked you about your criminal record. You stand on the stand currently as a convicted felon.
Yeah.
And so you couldn't own a firearm anyway.
Yeah.
And so you stand over there convicted of 3 separate offenses.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure.
Not sure how many felonies you have?
No.
Were these all in Richland County?
Yeah.
And so were you prosecuted in this courthouse?
Yeah.
And so they are familiar with you?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked to officers on the scene, well, let's go through this. You actually gave 2 separate statements to officers. One on a body cam on scene, do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then separately you talked to another officer. Is that a fair statement? Like you sat down and met with an officer and gave an actual recorded interview. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to talk about the second interview first, because this was with a member of the Richland County Sheriff's Department who interviewed you.
They both were.
Okay? Both were Richland County officers.
Yeah.
They interviewed you, right?
Yeah.
They asked you what happened.
Yeah.
They asked your details.
Yeah.
They let you give the story.
Yeah.
And you gave them this story, and after you gave the story, do you remember one of the officers telling you, don't embellish, that doesn't fit the evidence?
Objection.
I don't know what that means.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
When you met with them, did they think you were exaggerating the story?
Objection, Your Honor,
No.
speculation of what somebody else believes.
Sustained.
When you gave the story to law enforcement, what was your belief when you left, when you talked to them? Do you believe they believed your version?
Objection, Your Honor, to what he believes somebody else believes.
I wouldn't.
Sustained. You're asking him to
That's fine,
determine
Judge.
what the officer believed.
When you gave your story to law enforcement, and I want to make it clear, you told law enforcement that, and I want to make sure it's good again, I want to make sure the testimony is good. At some point, you're saying the victim had his hands up,
Yeah.
and he shot when his hands were up. I just want to make sure, tell me if I'm wrong.
No.
So explain it to me again so we can all understand.
When he was on the ground, like
Yes, sir.
after he fell from being shot, it's like he was trying to roll himself over. That's when his hands was up.
Now, there's no question he fell twice.
Yes, it is.
Your testimony is that he was shot the first time.
Which
I'm
you mean?
asking, you tell me when he was shot, if he fell twice. Do you know exactly when he was shot?
You said if he fell twice after the second stumble. It wasn't 2 fallings.
It wasn't 2 falls?
No.
Okay. And I guess I'm getting more confused, and you did it with the solicitor's office, but I need to know exactly what position he was in when he was shot. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were...
When you saying when he was shot, as in when he hit the ground?
No, when he was shot.
Like, oh, he was trying to stand completely up.
He was trying to stand completely up.
Yeah.
And I think when you were right here, you had him completely straight, correct?
What you mean, completely straight?
Was he standing completely up when he was shot, like this?
I mean, almost as if, yeah, almost.
And Mr. Chow, was he directly behind him?
No, not directly behind him.
If you can come down again for me and just put your body in the position that you saw, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, the position you saw Cyrus in when he was shot. Does that make sense? I want to make sure you understand my question before you do. Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you come down from the stand and just show the jury the position, the exact position his body was in when he was shot that you saw?
Yeah. I said he was almost like completely up. Like he was getting up like this. He wasn't here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, he was like here, but still trying to move and get up at the same time. You get what I'm saying?
I do, and I'm just confused because I thought with the solicitor's office you said he was straight up. So you're not saying he was
He's
straight
trying to get straight up. He's trying to get up like how I'm standing, like this. He's trying to get to this point, but he never could get to this point. He's still stumbling, trying to catch his movement. That's what's going on.
That's what you saw.
Yeah.
Okay. And then after he was shot, what happened from that
He
position?
fell. He fell completely again.
Right there.
Yeah.
Didn't move any further.
It's like maybe like a try to turn over type of thing, maybe.
So where the body came to rest is where he was shot.
I don't know where his body came to rest at. Because it was so many people gathered around him. I couldn't see exactly nothing. All I could see is like legs and feet, and you know the older lady's son was on their knees and all of that. I couldn't really exactly see him. Like I'm looking at this desk right here,
Yes,
I
sir.
couldn't literally just see everything. I see everybody huddled around him.
Okay, go ahead back up there. Thank you. Now I want to go backwards to the body cam footage. You remember you said on the side of the road you talked to the officers while
Yeah.
they were there?
Yeah,
Is that a yes?
yeah,
Do you remember telling the officer on the body footage that you watched the shot through your car mirror, through your rearview mirror?
no,
You do not remember that?
no,
And if I was to find testimony or anything you would dispute saying that to anyone that day?
I don't remember that.
Is it possible you could have said that?
I don't remember that at all.
And you had mentioned that when you were driving by the scene, you were going at a very slow pace.
Yeah,
And if there was video of your car not going at a slow pace, would you disagree with that?
yeah,
And so, how fast would you say you would have been going?
I don't know.
I need you to guesstimate because you said you were tracking them. So how fast you going? 1 mile, 2 mile?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
You had mentioned in your testimony that you did not see anyone throw anything. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And you said you saw the book bag laying directly on the ground
yeah.
and it just had fallen?
When he fell, the book bag fell. The first time.
Immediately at the same spot.
Mhm. Well, no, I wouldn't say the same spot. I can't remember exactly where, but I wouldn't say the same spot. I think it kind of fell down, so I can't really remember.
Well, you testified to it, and so that's why I want to make sure. But you testified on direct that it fell right there. So if you
Yeah.
want to correct it now, please.
I mean,
correct it.
can you explain what right there is? It could be here, it could be there. You saying right there? I don't know what right there is.
Well, I need to know because that was your testimony. Where did the book bag fall?
On the ground.
Where?
I mean, I have to look or something. I can't just say where exactly it was on the ground.
You saw the book bag.
Yeah,
You saw the book bag on the ground.
yeah,
It was not down a hill in some grassy area. You personally saw it.
yeah. It was on the ground.
Okay. In your testimony, you personally saw the shoe come off.
Yeah.
Beg your court's involved for one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you are not testifying, I want to make sure we're clear on this, you are not testifying today that the young man was shot while he was on the ground.
No.
Have you ever before, under oath, any testimony ever testified that he was shot on the ground?
Testify. This is my first time
Yeah.
testifying.
Have you ever given any statements or anything to suggest that he was on the ground?
I believe so. I think.
You believe so? You have actually before to law enforcement said he was on the ground when he was shot.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, so much going on at one time. You know, like right after the incident, I'm calling my mom. So much going on. The social media thing going on. So much going
I
on
got
at
it.
one time.
So much going on, so much stuff in our heads, so much to pay attention to, and then time to figure out a different story.
No,
Well-
not a different story.
Well, originally, you have told law enforcement that he was on the ground when he was shot, correct?
Okay.
Not okay.
Yeah.
And we now realize that's not possible, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that's not possible, correct?
Yeah.
And now today you're telling something a little different, correct?
Not just today. When I spoke with him too.
When you spoke with who?
Officer.
But you understand, we always want to try to get someone's statement as close to the event as possible, right? Because we want to get as accurate as possible. Is that a fair statement?
No.
You don't want to get someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
I mean, yeah, but that's not fair because no.
That's not fair. We don't want to know accurate. We don't want someone to plan. We don't want someone to think of something. Don't
No.
you want someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
No.
No? Why not?
I mean,
I mean, why not?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it shouldn't matter. If something happens, something happens. It don't matter when you ask them.
You got that exactly right. It shouldn't matter. When something happens, it should stay consistent. Is that a fair statement?
That's not what I just said.
So tell me what you said.
I just said when something happens. I never said nothing about being consistent or anything. I didn't say that.
Okay. So should someone's story change?
No.
No. That's what consistent means. So it should be consistent from one time to the next. Is that fair?
I mean, you said that, yeah.
You don't think a story should be consistent?
Yeah, story is consistent.
A story is consistent.
Should be, yeah.
Should be consistent. So at one point you told a story that he was shot directly on the ground, and then today you're saying he wasn't. If you agree that's not consistent.
Yeah, but I think there was a misunderstanding because I don't think the officer was really understanding what I was saying. So I think he kind of misunderstood my explanation. That's what I think.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
And a few minutes ago, I asked you, you specifically stated that you said he was on the ground when he was shot. And there was a bunch going on in your head, and you were incorrect.
No, I didn't say that. I said the women was around him on the ground as I was passing back by the scene. So I couldn't
When
see.
I directly asked you about telling an officer or giving a statement that you said originally that he was on the ground when he got shot. That's what I asked you.
Yeah, but you just asked me something totally different, pertaining. You didn't ask me the same thing.
What?
What you asked me prior to the question that you just asked me.
Do you remember? Let's make it very simple. Do you remember at some point in time telling an officer, anybody, that Cyrus was on the ground when he got shot?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a confusion. That's not a trick question. That's a yes.
Yeah.
Today, you're saying that's different, correct?
Yeah.
You have met with law enforcement, solicitors, everybody in between those two times. Yes?
Yeah.
And we realize the first thing that you said about shot on the ground is not possible.
No.
Yes, sir.
A moment ago, I was asking you if there would be any video or anything of that nature of your car going at a fast level, and you said there would not be. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And you do recognize your car?
Yeah.
And you know what it looks like. What type of car is it?
Honda Accord.
I'll be back to you as quick as possible. I apologize. We'll, again, don't discuss the case, and we'll get back as soon as we can.
She's holding that. No, it's so this is, I don't have this is one.
My laptop, make it easier so I don't have to publish. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Does that work for y'all?
If that makes it cleaner and easier for you, Kevin, I'll have to come
I
up
don't have
with
any problem with, yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I do have a problem with this when it's published, but I'm saying it's not.
Okay.
It's not, I understand it's concerned if we publish it, we will introduce it in evidence, and they're concerned with it, we're just gonna publish it. So my only question there, if you wanna come up there and show me the correction, what we can do, and can have one of them come there. We're just talking. Okay.
So we're back off the record?
I think we're ready to go, yeah, I think we got.
Your Honor, so what we are going to do, sorry for confusion, is rather than publish to the entire panel, we will utilize to refresh his memory.
Okay.
There will be no objection. They have no problem with someone from our team showing him the camera, so so it speeds it up a little bit.
Okay.
And we go from there.
Very good.
And we're trying to get our technical staff here, this poor lawyer.
Well, just let you know when you're ready. If you can get up.
I just want to make sure.
Jewish president, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. All right, Mr. Kent, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Bryan, I promise you, I'm almost done. When we took a break, I was asking you about your car. Do you remember things of that nature?
Yeah.
And the direction of travel,
Yeah.
the speed your car would have been going,
Yeah.
and what direction you would have been looking at the shooting.
Yeah.
Is that all? Do you remember all of that?
Yeah.
And then there was a question if you remember the speed and things of that nature, and I talked to you about a potential video.
Yeah.
Well, I was able to show you a video. Would it help refresh your memory as to what your car was actually doing that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, I would ask one of the lawyers from our table to show the video just to him.
Okay.
And now, what we're going to do is we're going to show you two videos. I don't want you to talk about them. I don't want you to say anything about them. Just watch the two videos that I'm going to show you. Is that a fair
Okay.
statement?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Scott's going to come up there as well. Look at what you watch.
Sean, do you want me to play them both?
Both of them. Both of them. Just let me know if they both after they both them. So make sure no one is.
I know. I'm trying to. All right, maybe restart this one. Did you see that whole one?
Yeah.
Devontae, have you now seen both of the videos?
Yeah.
And a little louder, so make sure she can. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And the videos, that's your car in the video?
Yeah.
And that car shows the direction you're traveling,
Yeah.
and it shows the speed you're traveling,
Yeah.
and you are the only one inside of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And that car shows both directions that you're driving.
Yeah. It goes the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different angles.
Yeah.
Okay? And one of the videos shows your car in one position that will be an opposite side of the shooting. Is that a fair statement? Going past the shooting.
No, can you explain that to me, brother?
How about you explain it so I'm not the one asking the bad questions? What did the video show you?
It showed me going up Springtree.
Okay. Away from the shooting.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. Not really away from it, but it's still like right there. I mean, that's the entrance of the apartments.
And the interests of the apartments are past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that's what we see as your car going past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay? And that would go along with the question which I asked you from the body cam that you said on scene, I was looking at it through my rear view.
No.
Okay. But you do remember that question
Which one?
about looking at it through your rear view.
No.
You don't remember me asking you that question earlier?
No.
You don't remember me asking you a question about what happened on the scene and you telling an officer that you had looked at it through your rear view?
I don't remember that.
Okay. But you remember that question?
Yeah.
And you understand what I'm saying about that video that shows your car past the scene, right?
Yeah.
And that would make sense that you're looking at it through through the rear view mirror.
No.
Okay. And two, the other thing that we're showing is you're not going 1 or 2 miles an hour in that video. Would you agree with that?
Well, the first one, it looks like it, yeah.
Is your position that the video that we showed you were going 1 or 2 miles an hour?
I wouldn't say 1 or 2 miles per hour, but very slow, yes.
Very slow. What is your definition of very slow?
I mean, it's just exactly what I said.
What speed limit would be very slow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I need to know because that's a big deal. How fast you were going there.
I would just be guessing. I don't have a direct answer, like a direct speed limit answer. I don't know.
And I just showed you a video showing you how fast you were going. That refreshed your memory. You
Yeah.
say from that video you can't tell how fast you were going?
No.
Asked, objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Several times, sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Redirect.
Devontae, do you know where those camera angles where they were from?
Those look like the apartments he tried to make it to.
Okay. So your testimony, from what I remember, was that you were driving. At some point, you do pass the scene where Cyrus came to
Yeah,
arrest.
yeah,
Okay. Is that correct?
yeah.
And is it your testimony that at some point after you drove past, you were still looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, looking over my shoulder, yeah.
Okay. And I think your testimony is you turned around and went back out.
Yeah, when I got a little bit past what he showed me, I turned around in the middle of the road.
Okay. But did you almost stop in those videos they just showed you?
Yeah, that's how slow I was going.
Okay. Now, one more time. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're watching, and do you remember the video that we had, I think it might be 24 or 21, where it shows Cyrus running and a shoe comes off? Remember?
Yeah,
All right, and you saw your car in that video?
yeah,
Okay. And does that depict how close in relation you were to Cyrus and the two Chows?
yeah,
Okay. And you said you continued up the road.
yeah.
When Cyrus hit the curb and fell to the ground, how did you describe that fall?
Hard, real hard.
All right. Is this or is this not an accurate depiction of what you were explaining? As he's getting up, he doesn't fully make it upright. He's still. Is this accurate?
Yeah,
to
he's
some degree?
yeah, he's trying to stand up right, but he's still moving too
And he's
fast.
still moving forward, trying to get his balance.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from them
And then he falls for the last and
For-
final time.
for being shot. Yeah,
Okay. And how do you know this?
I seen it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Being Rick Chow?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Will not take long. When, based upon the solicitor's questions, on the scene, you specifically told the officer, do you remember, that Cyrus was facing him when he got shot?
No,
You do not remember saying that?
no.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Okay. Is there any time as witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State President Greg Walker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Gregory Walker.
May I please score?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. How are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. So I just want to introduce you to the jury for a little bit. So could you tell us where you work?
Columbia Fire Department.
How long have you been with the firefighting department?
26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
What's your current position?
Battalion Chief.
How long does it take you to get to that position?
Depends on how you hit it. If you hit the promotional right, you can get it. Well, some guys making it 15 years.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a minute. to
Yeah,
get
pretty
to.
much, yeah.
It's not they just hand it to you when you walk in the door?
Nah, you don't get it. No
Okay.
battlefield promotion.
So, do you live in Columbia?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
27 years.
27? Born and raised or no?
No, I'm originally from Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah,
Okay.
Birmingham, yeah.
So you're a Crimson Tide fan?
No, I'm a Florida Gator.
That's a good man. All right, so when we're talking about May 28th, 2023, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, where were you working? Like either were you on the road, were you at a station?
I responded from my station, which is North Main. Off of
North
North
Main?
Main, yes.
Do you know roughly ballpark it, how far that is from where this happened?
I don't know the exact mileage, but it's not right off of them.
Okay. How about whenever you were notified that something had happened, how long did it take you to get to the location?
Roughly 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, so you're there pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get there, what do you see? Can you kind of describe what the scene looks like?
I get there, my guy was on scene, I think EMS and the Richland County cop. The crowd was getting kind of big around there. So as I always do, I get out my battalion, make sure the scene is secure. I talk to the captain that was on scene, ask him what he needed. And then I always try to talk to people that's around if I can gather as much information as we can.
When you say your guys are on scene, do you mean like an engine?
Engine company.
How many guys are in an engine?
4.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys respond to these kind of calls all
Yes.
the time? Okay.
Yes, we do.
So when you get on scene, you see your guys, do you see any other emergency personnel?
Yes, EMS is on scene.
Okay. Or deputies, officers
Yes.
on scene too?
Yeah, deputies on scene.
Are there a bunch of lay witnesses around or lay individuals, regular
Yes.
people?
Regular people at
Yeah.
EMS in Richland
Okay.
County.
So you talk to your guys,
Right.
and then you kind of mill around, and do you talk to anybody else?
Yes, I did. You talking about on that day?
Yeah.
Yes. When I got finished talking to my guys, I seen another guy that was standing back. I asked him, "Do you know what happened?" And,
Okay. And don't tell me what he said.
okay.
Okay. Without getting into anything that he actually said to you, did anybody on scene, your guys, this guy, whomever, tell you about a gun being involved some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody say that the victim, Cyrus, had pointed a gun?
No.
Did anybody say that the victim was carrying a gun? Did anybody say the victim was carrying a gun?
No.
Okay. Do you know who you were speaking to that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you say who it was?
I don't know his name. I think it was the son of the store owner.
It was Mr. Andy Chow.
Yes, it was his son.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir.
Scene was pretty chaotic when you got there, didn't you, Greg?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there were a lot of people there gathering at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you didn't actually conduct an interview or interrogation of anybody, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And of course, the state asked you about whether or not anybody had said anything about a gun. That was their first question to you?
Yes, sir.
Actually, somebody did say something about a gun, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah, and the person you were talking to, I think you identified as the son,
Yes.
said that he told his father that Mr. Carmack-Belton had a gun.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You want to redirect?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is that ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state called Ryan Metz.
Do you affirm the testimony you're giving in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last name.
Brian Metz, B-R-I-A-N-M-E. He's
Investigator Metz, where do you work?
at the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Next month will be 44 years.
It's a long time. And what is your current job there?
I'm an investigator in the digital forensic unit, which is part of the criminal investigative division.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that unit since 2007.
So, almost 20 years?
Yes.
And prior to that, what were some other positions you had at the Sheriff's Department?
Like most officers, started as a uniform patrol officer. From there, went to several different teams that worked out of investigations, uniform teams at that point. Went to be the resident deputy in the Dutch Fork Valentine area for about 8 years, where I pretty much did everything, worked from home and did everything law enforcement wise. And then have been in investigations since 99, I believe, 1999.
And what are some of your duties as a digital forensic examiner?
The digital forensic unit covers mainly cell phones now. When I first started, we did computers, we did cell phones, which were just coming about, especially the smartphones were just coming about. Also installing cameras and other GPSs and type work like that. And then currently we're kind of split where we have several people that do all the cell phones, and I do just about all of the video. If I'm available, then I do the video and DVRs.
And is part of your role to participate and assist in criminal investigations when asked?
Yes.
And in your career, I guess, as a patrol deputy, a investigator in the criminal investigations unit, and now in the digital forensics unit, have you been asked to collect and download surveillance videos for crimes like murders, robberies, shootings, shopliftings, thefts, and other crimes?
I have.
And you said, you know, compared to when you first started the Sheriff's Department, technology has kind of changed. Has video evidence become a more common and important type of evidence in investigations?
It has. Most major investigations have video involved somehow or another. Most minor investigations have video involved somehow or another. You have a lot of the video that I don't have to deal with because it's automated through license plate cameras and stuff like that, that the investigators or the Intel division can access through databases. But then a lot of what we have is video that's in stores, people's houses that they don't know how to download, or they've forgotten the passcode or something like that. So just about the vast majority of our cases have something to do with video.
So you mentioned license plate reader. Did that exist, that type of technology exist when you first started?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so in your role, have you had to learn and become familiar with advances and updates in digital technology?
Yes, ma'am. It's constantly changing. You have to keep up.
Okay. And back in 2023, or May 2023, did you work as a digital forensics examiner?
I did.
Okay. And regarding this specific case, were you involved in collecting surveillance video equipment and other storage equipment from the Shell gas station and downloading videos from them?
I was.
Okay. And did you do a report to document your involvement?
I did.
Did you also take pictures to document your involvement?
I did.
And as part of your job, do you commonly go to like stores, gas stations, retail stores, and other types of places to collect surveillance videos?
I do.
And when you go to these different locations to collect videos for these criminal investigations, typically do you work with the investigator or the deputy involved to kind of learn some information about the case and what video footage to collect and time frames?
My main involvement is they're supposed to give me a time frame that they want. On occasions, it'll be an object that they're looking for, you know, a blue car or something like that, something specific. But I usually need the date and time that they're looking for.
On May 30th, 2023, did you respond to the Shell gas station?
I did.
And that would have been 2 days after the shooting?
That's correct.
And by that date, had Rick Chow already been arrested on May 29th?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you got involved in this case, were you aware that this was a murder case stemming out of the Chow's allegations that the victim shot looked at water from the store?
I was.
Okay. And were you aware that another digital examiner, John Burkhard, had downloaded some videos from the store the night of the shooting?
I was.
And were you able to access the videos that he downloaded?
Not at that time. I did later.
Okay, but at some point,
At some point.
today. Okay. Or collect additional surveillance and storage equipment and some computers?
I did.
Or after Burkhard did?
After Burkhard,
Yeah.
that's correct.
And when you went, were there other investigators with you in the store that day?
There were.
Investigators with you.
At least 3 that I recall.
Okay. And when you entered the store, where in the store was the video equipment located?
Back of the store, yes.
And did you take pictures of kind of how the office looked and the video equipment when you first entered it?
I did.
All right.
No objection.
I'm going to show you states 57, well 58, 59 first, and you tell me if you recognize some of these pictures.
I do.
Okay, and did you take those pictures?
I did.
Okay, what's shown in those pictures?
The first picture is the information screen from the system that was on the computer in the store. The other picture is a screenshot of the monitor showing the different views that were available.
Okay, and showing you 57, do you recognize what's shown in this?
I do.
Okay, what's shown?
So that's several of the computers that were in the store and the 6 servers that were in the store.
Your Honor, the state requests to enter number 57 through 59 into evidence.
Without objection.
That be admitted as State 5758-59 without objection.
So let's look at State Code 57. Okay. Now, this picture was not taken at the Shell station the day that you went, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But does this picture show the equipment that you collected from the store?
It does.
Okay. And kind of again, can you describe what types of equipment is shown in this State 57?
So basically, the 4 items to our left are computer systems, Windows-based computer systems. The other items, the 6 items stacked one on top of each other, are storage systems, currently referred to as RAID systems, that were in the store.
Okay, those 2 things at the top, what are those?
Those both appeared to be the network switches.
Were those been the NVRs or?
Well, the first one there's a network switch, and the other one. So, on the top row, the kind of one to the left, that's a network switch. That could be. That might be the back end to one of the DVRs, the NVRs.
Okay.
And then the other one is definitely an NVR.
Okay, so focusing on the 6 servers stacked up, what are servers usually used for?
For data storage.
Okay. Like video data storage?
It can be, yes.
All right. And on the day that you went to the store office, was the equipment like organized like this? Describe how the equipment was laid out in the office when you went.
So the servers were on a shelf that was off to one side. The computers were, a couple of them were on the desk. One of them was on the floor under some paperwork. The DVRs were actually on the other side of the room, but they were hooked in through a network cable somewhere.
Were there a lot of wires and cords attached to these things?
Going everywhere.
You said what?
They were going everywhere.
Okay. And did the investigators at the scene transport these items back to Richland County headquarters?
They did. They were transported back for evidence.
And can you describe how y'all transported this video equipment back?
I don't recall if they had Tahoes or Ford Explorers, but they were SUVs. As I would turn things off and get them disconnected, then I would hand them out to them, and they were loading them into the trucks, and so that they could all take them back to the office.
Did it fit in the back seat in one of the cars or front? How much space did it take up?
It pretty much takes up a full size Explorer, or medium size, whatever it is, Explorer.
And when you analyzed this equipment, when you got back to your office, were some of those servers and devices used to store surveillance videos recorded from Rick Chow's cameras?
Yes, I was able to get video from the 2 NVRs.
Okay. Now, were you able to gain access and download videos from all of those servers in this picture?
I was not.
And why weren't you able to do that?
I did not have the correct passwords.
Okay. And what were the names of the, systems that you were actually able to access and download videos from?
So there's the Hikvision NVR and the Dalhua NVR.
And were you able to download and access videos from those 2 devices?
I was.
Okay, and why were you able to do that?
I was able to get access into them, and they're NVRs is another name for a DVR that is networkable, and so if you could get access, then you can download from a DVR.
Were any of them password protected? Would you like to see your report to refresh your memory?
I better look at that.
Okay.
So I was given one passcode that worked several items, but did not work the other items that I tried to get into. And I believe one of those DVRs had a swipe passcode, but I was able to get access into both of them.
Okay. And where did you get that password from?
It was sent to me through supervisors at the department who had, I told them, requested it, that some contact be made to get those.
And that contact would have been made with someone in the Chow family?
I really don't
Or
know.
associated.
It was my understanding it was may have been with the attorneys that were representing the child.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ron, I couldn't understand what you said.
You said,
So I don't know exactly where they came from. I requested them. I was giving them back, and it was my understanding that it may have been from attorneys speaking to the child family is where we got them.
so let's look at State 58. All right, and what is this?
So while I was in the store and before or it was actually later, I brought up that was the one computer that I could get into that held the Blue Iris software. So that is a sheet that gives you the information on what version and that type thing. So I made a record of that by taking the picture.
And that says that this Blue Iris security software is registered to Rick Chow?
That's correct.
Okay. And is Blue Iris software designed as like a video surveillance management system?
It is.
Okay. And are you familiar from your experience in dealing with different types of video surveillance systems and downloading videos, are you familiar with some of the features of the Blue Iris software, the Hua and the Hikvision MVRs that you?
I am, and depending on the cost and how high line it is, there's a lot of different variety in what you can get.
Okay, so let's just talk about some of the general features of these things. Do these camera systems have the ability to customize or add features?
Some do, yes.
Okay. Do they only allow you to operate one camera through the system, or can you have multiple ones?
Multiple cameras.
Okay. Can you have like an audio feature in these types of camera systems? Audio, like do they record audio in some of these video systems?
I'm not hearing what you're saying, man.
Do these video systems record audio in the video?
Some do, yes,
Okay.
and that's usually you'll have the option to either hook a microphone, or a lot of times that comes off a camera that has a microphone to it, and then you can select and have it come through. And it's usually only done on one channel.
Okay. And do these camera systems, can they offer some type of remote access?
Most do, yes.
Okay. And does that mean that you can you don't have to be in the actual store or on one computer to access the videos and stuff?
That's correct.
Okay. Do these camera systems have the ability to have remote access through like a cell phone too?
Yes, most manufacturers will have an app that you can download and then access it through that app.
What about the ability of the camera system to take screenshots and save them?
A lot of the systems, even the basic DVRs, you can select a screenshot of the video that you're looking at, and on some of the higher line ones, it's able to download it and put it to a computer that you're using.
And speaking of these, customizable features that you talked about and the added features, can you add any facial recognition features to these cameras?
You can on many of the systems nowadays.
Okay, so let's look at 59. All right, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay. So looking at 59, did you take this photo while you were inside the child's store?
I did.
Okay, and are all the cameras on this screen maintained through the Blue Iris software system?
They are.
And is each camera labeled by different names?
They are.
Okay, and do these angles show either inside or outside the store?
They do.
Okay. And at the bottom right, it says May 30th, 2023.
That's right.
All right. Looking at that, I guess, let's see. If you look at like the different screens, do you see some of them have like little bells on them?
I do. You talking about the...
like a little bell symbol.
Yes, I can see those on several of them.
Okay. Now, when you went back to your office to analyze this particular or software or video cameras associated with the Blue Iris software cameras, were you able to download any videos from those particular cameras?
I was not.
Okay. And were you looking for, what date were you looking for videos from?
From the date of the incident.
But you couldn't find any?
I did not.
Okay. So were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from other locations around the area?
I was.
And were those locations Springtree Apartments and like Greenbrier Apartments?
That's correct.
And where are those apartments located in relation to the gas station in Springtree Drive?
So Willow Oaks is the road that runs beside the gas station. If you go down there, the first place on your left is Springtree, and then all the way at the end of that road is the entrance, guard shack and all, to Willow Oaks, and then there's a back gate about halfway down there.
And why did you decide to collect videos from those specific locations?
You don't know what you have until you go and look at it and collect it. So with both of those, there was a possibility that the cameras had shown the incident occurring on the roadway.
Okay, and after you reviewed those videos, did they show any of the chase down the street or the shooting?
I could not see that. I could see cars moving and stuff, but the one from Springtree is kind of blocked by a hill and trees. The one from the guard shack at Greenbrier is blocked by the hill in that roadway. And then there's a separate camera on a pole by the back gate, and of course they're interested in people coming to the back gate, so that camera's turned down too low.
So earlier, you talked about as part of your job and your kind of just 44 years.
That's right.
At Richland County, as law enforcement, you've collected videos from multiple different types of stores and other gas stations.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at take number 57. Okay, so how would you compare the amount of video surveillance systems, the amount of storage servers that the Chows have in their stores compared to other stores that you've been to?
An objection time, give me a foundation to establish that he has that information, or the ability to make it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So the DVR systems, it's not unusual to see more than one in the store. It's not unusual to see DVR systems that are built into computer systems. What I found unusual was the amount of storage. That's way more storage than I've ever seen at any convenience store or house or anything like that.
Okay, and those 6 servers that are stacked up, those like little individual slots, what are those?
Those are hard drive bays.
Okay. And based on your review of those servers, like how would you estimate how much storage that they had?
If I remember correctly, they each had a 20 terabyte hard drive. So you're looking at 120 terabytes for each box.
For each one of like the big boxes is 120?
I believe that's what they were.
Okay, so it would be estimating 120 times 6?
Yes.
Is the amount of storage? Okay. And is there like an analogy of like something that's close to that amount of storage that's like
Actually, ma'am, the figures on that. So you've got 12, not 6 in each box at times 20.
So you said what?
So you have 20 terabyte times 12.
Okay. And like, apps and stuff like that, like I guess computer storages, like do they usually have this much storage?
They do not.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with digital equipment, would you describe the types of equipment that the Chows had in their store as low quality or inexpensive?
It would be expensive.
Is it expensive?
Yes.
Okay, like $200 expensive?
No.
Or what?
I have not priced the Synology. That's a brand name on those storage boxes.
You know, I have no idea and would object to this on the grounds of relevance. This is very interesting, that question of the foundation, but it is irrelevant.
Okay, go ahead.
Just the hard drives nowadays would be very expensive. Hard drives have gone up tremendously. At that time, you were probably looking at several $100s per hard drive. Boxes like that are, I would be safe to say, in excess of $5,000 a piece. The one that I have in my office is nowhere near as robust as that. And it's at least that much.
So it's fair to say they made a large investment in their security and storage equipment.
Yes.
So you said earlier, as a digital forensic examiner, you have to learn about advances in technology, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with facial recognition software technology?
To some degree.
Okay, can you just generally explain what your knowledge of that is?
So facial recognition basically uses biometric points on a person's face. It's science type thing where you pick out so many points that are in the same place. It then basically makes a mathematical algorithm out of it. And then with the newer DVRs and cameras, there are actually some cameras that will do the facial recognition itself, but you can compare that to a known picture and it can tell you whether it's the same person, or it will give you a probability rating as to whether it's the same person.
Is facial recognition a method that law enforcement can use to identify people?
It is.
And typically, to use facial recognition technology, you have to have a photo of that person's face, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can that photo come from a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video?
It can.
All right. And are you aware of Richland County Sheriff's Department investigators using screenshots from surveillance videos to identify potential suspects through facial recognition?
I am. We have an intel unit in the investigative division, and they usually handle that, but they also have software to do it with, where they can take pictures from a lot of different places and use it to compare.
And are surveillance videos a useful tool and source of evidence that can assist in criminal investigations?
They are.
Okay. And even in non-criminal investigations, let's say like a missing person investigation, are you aware of surveillance videos being used in that context?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you kind of mentioned this earlier, but surveillance videos can show people. They can even show cars of interest, right?
So yeah, most of the systems that do any type of recognition can be set so that it will recognize whether it's a person that it's seeing, whether it's a car that it's seeing, whether it's a small animal, dog, cat, something like that.
Have you personally ever been asked by an investigator at the Sheriff's Department to take a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video for a criminal investigation?
I have.
Can surveillance videos help identify potential suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos also be used to eliminate people as suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos be used to prove that someone did not commit a crime?
It can.
Now, in the videos that you downloaded from the Hikvision and Alpha DVR systems, were there approximately 5 different camera angles captured in those videos?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those captured angles from both inside and outside the stores?
Correct.
And were those videos in color?
They were.
All right. And when you reviewed those videos, did you see any videos that showed the victim inside the store?
I did.
Okay. And how well were you able to see the victim's face in those videos?
It was pretty clear. It's very clear video, actually.
Okay. still shot from state number 3. And that's from a video that you downloaded. Looking at the victim's pants, excuse me a little bit. All right, so you're able to zoom in. Looking at his pant leg, are you able to tell what that symbol is?
It appears to me to be the Nike swoosh.
Okay, and that came from a video downloaded from the Chow's video surveillance system.
That's correct.
So still looking at this still shot, that green box on the victim's face, what does that appear to be?
The green box is what's known as a boundary box, and that's what the system is doing to focus in on what it's looking for or what it sees and recognizes as either, if it was a person, that boundary box would probably be, you know, head to toe or somewhere about there. And so it appears to me that it's looking at the face. I don't know how accurate it is or anything like that.
And what other types of technology have you seen those green boxes show up on videos?
I've seen it on a lot of different DVRs and MVRs.
What about facial recognition?
Yes.
Okay. So look at 59. Or actually 57. So looking at these, say 59 with the camera screens that you already testified about, when you look at this picture before, how many different camera angles did the defendant Rick Chow have set up in his store solely maintained from just the Blue Iris camera system?
I believe there are 39.
39? Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You can step down. All right, solicitor, what you got next?
We have one.
I just did. How long?
Fairly short, I think.
Okay. All right, well, let's try to get that one in for one. Okay, next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Michael Dooley.
Swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you. Shall I speak the witness stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name spelled D-O-O-L-E-Y.
May it please court?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Could you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Yeah, those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the road.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive?
Very.
Okay. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack-Belton in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense within marked identifications of state 7481. For identification purposes, State Exhibit 74, 75, 77, and 78. Without showing them to the jury, could you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They are not.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection.
Part of the United States 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Permission to publish now?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dooley, court's indulgence, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Dooley, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
Okay. And it was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 75, sorry, 75 minutes? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And yeah. And is that the same item, just a different angle?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you show 77? Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I tell you correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Could you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Court's indulgence. While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Would you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes. The state's 80 and 81. Start showing those to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and states 81 and 80 into evidence.
Well, Your Honor, our objection is that he's not going to be questioned about what it is if they want to introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And so I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony. And Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
It will be admitted as states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And is that the same thing that you noticed in the victim's back, just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence. When you were there, did you observe any diagrams for the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
Okay. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an x-ray performed on the victim.
Okay. Would you recognize a photo of that if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's been marked by State's Exhibit 79.
And Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take. It's a photograph he saw. He can't.
Oh, he's testified to that yet.
That was the question. Oh, I thought, okay. I'll remain standing.
Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the X-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
My objection is, he didn't take it, he saw it at the autopsy. That's for the pathologist.
You said he took a photo of.
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point, Your Honor.
He's off. Indicating the photo overall.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what I've handed you, does it look substantially similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, the state would offer state 79 evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79, subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the X-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with work mark for identification purposes as State Exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you who collected it from the coroner?
Yes.
Court and witness. Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from the coroner's to Richland County?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 into evidence only for identification purposes and projectile.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as state 9 without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Dooley, did you go to the, I'm not clear on this, may have been clear to the jury, I was having more trouble hearing you at my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
Okay. But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you've said, to just take some photographs, collect some evidentiary items, is that right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs, though we don't have them, you have them, I assume, of a backpack?
If I may reference, make sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or
Did not.
photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
with a picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
All right. Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Find any money? Nothing?
I did not.
Do you have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
These long pants or shorts?
He had both.
Okay, had both on. Did you find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
In the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
Okay, we have Exhibit 75, which has been admitted. That's one, that's the side view of the shoe, I guess.
Yes.
And we've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe.
That would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight, but okay. You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So, of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings, no cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over here, Rex?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you step down. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. We will, let's be back ready to go at 2 o'clock. And again, don't discuss the case with one another or do any research or anything of that nature. And enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. Everyone remain seated. There's two release. Mr. Swerve, I want to talk about the schedule moving forward. Yeah, we're on there.
What, no, I don't have it. I just want to see whether or not we need to bring anybody in at this point. Okay? You're gonna finish today, tomorrow, Monday?
We should finish today. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fine. We should finish today, so I hope.
Okay.
We'll have witnesses ready for tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right, you enjoy your lunch.
Cell phones are not authorized by the court. They must be turned completely off. Not to vibrate, not to silent, but off. Thank you.
Mr. Kent.
Yes, sir.
Someone sent me a message that asked that I request on the record actually what color your suit is.
I think it's showing difference in the Miami Dolphins.
It's seafoam. Different shades in case you want to curious. It is seafoam, definitely.
Seafoam is. And we can probably imagine who that was.
And I don't want to know who asked.
Oh, you know.
Oh, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir. Ready on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Okay, we can wait. I'm a little bit early. Okay. How long do y'all anticipate this case? Certainly not, I hope if you need to take it all next week, that's fine. Just I'm not screwed. I'm just trying to play. I got.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring us a jury, please, Mr. Doe.
The jury is seated, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Toll. Mr. Ready, call your next witness.
We are on State Calls Amanda Metz.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness stand. State your full name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amanda Metz, M-E-T-Z.
Okay. Investigator Metz, right?
Sort of. It's examiner.
Examiner Metz, okay. Where are you employed?
I work at the Richland County Sheriff's Department in the Forensic Sciences Laboratory in the Firearm and Tool Mark section.
Okay. How long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department in that capacity?
I've been at the Sheriff's Department for 16 years and in that capacity for 14.
Okay. Tell us generally, I mean this is a broad kind of question, what goes on in the Forensic Science Laboratory, specifically the Firearm and Tool Marking section?
So the Firearm and Tool Mark section primarily examines firearms and ammunition components and then report our findings to the court. So we're examining them for forensic evidence.
What this means is primarily we're doing a bullet-to-bullet comparison, bullet-to-firearm comparison, cartridge case to cartridge case comparison, cartridge case to firearm comparison. That's our main bread and butter. We have a lot of other kind of smaller disciplines that we do, so tool marks such as bolt cutters to a padlock, that sort of thing, as well as serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, and then we also participate in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Imaging Network, also called NIBIN. It's a lot easier to say. And we do that all with either evidence cartridge cases or evidence firearms.
Okay. Any clue, I don't know, how many firearms you examine in any given year?
The laboratory or myself?
You.
I can probably tell you over my career, I've examined thousands, 5,000 myself. Yearly, we examine well over 3,000, 4,000 firearms each year in the laboratory.
Okay. Are you ever asked to match a fired cartridge casing to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Are you ever asked to match a projectile to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, well, I guess before we get going too much farther, what is a cartridge casing?
So a cartridge case, well, we'll start out. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition, so it's the whole piece. It contains the projectile or bullet that sits inside the cartridge case, which is what holds the gunpowder, as well as the primer. So the primer and the gunpowder are what have that combustion that allow the firearm to actually function, meaning it allows the bullet to be pushed down and out the barrel and towards the target. And sometimes, depending on the type of firearm, the cartridge case to be pushed back and extracted and ejected.
So a fired cartridge casing is what would be left behind after a projectile is fired?
Yes, after a cartridge is fired, a cartridge case could be what's left behind. So in some situations, such as a revolver, the cartridge cases aren't extracted and ejected. They remain inside the cylinder. But the cartridge case and a projectile are what we call fired components. They're what happens after you fire the cartridge. They're the remaining components. So the cartridge case will no longer have the gunpowder and the primer's been expended. And then the projectile obviously will have passed through the barrel of a firearm. And so those are two fired components.
So like this was an intact cartridge or unfired bullet. When it's fired, the projectile travels away and meets its target, whatever it may be, and what's left is this casing.
Correct, cartridge case, yes.
Okay, and the projectile, wherever it goes, you can sometimes recover it too and match it back.
Sometimes, obviously, it just depends on how far it's gone and what it's gone into. Same thing with cartridge cases. Sometimes you can recover them and sometimes you can't.
All right. Were you asked to, in this particular case, examine a Glock 45 and a Taurus 9mm pistol?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to examine a projectile?
Yes.
Were you asked to examine a fired cartridge casing?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert before in firearm and tool marking ID?
Yes, I have.
All right. Approximately how many times?
Approximately more than 20 times, 20, 25 times.
Okay. At this time, the state does offer examiner Amanda Metz as an expert in firearm and tool marking ID.
No objection. No objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you something about experts in a minute. I need to make this finding, though, that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving certain factual questions. Ms. Metz is qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and the methodology and testimony is reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give you opinion testimony. Their testimony must be what they heard, saw, smelled, touched, something of that nature. However, there's an exception when somebody is qualified because of their education and experience. They are permitted to give you their opinion in certain areas if I find that they are qualified. As I've stated, Ms. Meth will be qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark. That does not mean you must accept her opinion, but is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it whatever weight or credibility you deem necessary during your deliberations.
Okay. Mr. Scott.
Examiner Metz, I have that your analyses took place between May 13th of 2024 and June 10th of 2024?
Yes, correct.
All right. And during that time period, did you have an opportunity to examine states number 11, which has been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, so I recognize and identify States Exhibit 11 as my Richland County items 21 and 22.
Oh, okay. Well, it's states number 11 for this trial's purpose, but you recognize?
Yes, correct, as Richland County items 21 and 22.
Okay. I'm going to need to refer to it as states number 11.
Yes.
What is states number 11?
It is a Taurus Model G3 9mm Luger caliber pistol. The serial number is ADG 488788, and the other part of that, which is a separate item number for us, but still states Exhibit 11, is a Taurus 9mm Luger caliber magazine assembly and 10 unfired 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
Okay. So the magazine, you had not only the pistol, but the magazine and 10 unfired bullets.
Well, yes, however, they're not in this box.
Okay. For course safety purposes, we don't typically enter a gun.
Correct.
But you received
Yes.
10 unfired cartridges.
That's correct, yes.
And did you find states number 11 to be in working order?
I did, yes.
Ms. Hawk, something keeps popping up on the lap screen. It's like someone's computer is locked and it keeps making noise and popping up. I don't know if it's plugged into it.
Anybody plugged into the system?
Somebody,
I'm a Luddite.
Somebody's in the house and it keeps popping up with their screen. We just turn it off.
Somebody log in. We're not over it, John. We're not over it. Well, at least just mute it.
Or yes, maybe try things.
Oh, that's for WebEx.
Well, nobody has a WebEx computer. We root it. It was right there. Yeah, I'm gonna.
But that's the monitor we use for WebEx.
Yeah, but it's in all the discounts.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties. It should be. We're not making noise anymore.
We're talking about, you had 10 unfired, I'm gonna call them bullets, but that's a cartridge and.
So yes, cartridges is the correct term for unfired. Bullet is what comes out and down and out the barrel of a firearm.
You had 10 unfired cartridges.
Yes,
You had a magazine and then you had a 9mm pistol.
correct.
Did you test the 9mm pistol?
I did.
Was it in working order?
It was functioning properly, yes.
You did you or did you not have a chance to look at States Number 6? Is that a tack light, what we've been calling it?
I did not have a chance to look at States Exhibit 6.
Okay. We met last week.
Week before that.
Week before. And I showed you States Number 6, the tack
Yes.
light. And we were able to put it on the Taurus, were we not?
Yes. Well, this is a solo fish laser flashlight combination. And the way they design it is so that it has rails that can expand and contract. They're designed to fit most pistols, even compact pistols. As long as the firearm has an accessory rail, they could even fit a rifle, depending on, again, if it has a correct accessory rail. They're really universal. They're meant to go on quite a few different firearms.
Okay. With States Number 11, the Taurus, it would be compatible with the solo fish tack light.
It's compatible with just about every pistol that has accessory rails, which the Taurus does have accessory rails.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Solo Fish brand?
I'm familiar in that I've seen it attached to firearms and know how it works, yes.
Okay. Are laser pointers attached to firearms, is that an uncommon thing?
No.
Okay. What about flashlights attached to guns? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon. I mean, this is a very popular brand flashlight, and almost all of their flashlights are flashlight laser combinations. So you have the option of either having a laser or a flashlight or both at the same time.
I mean, could I buy one of those like at Dick's or Academy
You
Sports?
could get it off of Amazon if you wanted to.
Amazon, okay. Did you have an opportunity to, well, you already said the Glock 45, that's States Number 10. An opportunity to examine that.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 10 as Richland County items 19 and 20.
The 10 is the Glock 45 caliber?
That's correct. It's States Exhibit 10 is the Glock Model 30S 45 auto caliber pistol. Serial number is XRP621, as well as a Glock 45 auto caliber magazine assembly and 8 unfired 45 auto caliber cartridges. But again, I don't have the unfired cartridges in this box.
Now, with the Glock, were you asked to test it against a fired cartridge casing?
I was asked to do a general examination, which is when we get this evidence, we look at the fired evidence first, look at class characteristics. So class characteristics for fired evidence is the caliber, what sort of, for cartridge cases, we're looking at firing pin shape, ejector shape, any breech face markings. For projectiles, we're looking at the caliber again, as well as the rifling type. Once we determine that, then we would look at the appropriate firearms that we have.
Okay, so the Glock number, States Number 10, was it in working order?
It was working order, yes.
You just described a general kind of analysis of the pistol.
Yes, so we don't get fired evidence and only compare it to a singular firearm. Like that's not our main goal. Our main goal is to look at the fired evidence first, see what characteristics fit, and examine the firearms that could have fired it. So in this instance, we have 2 different caliber firearms, and then we would compare our fired evidence to which firearm has the correct class characteristic or caliber.
Let me see if I can ask that another way. This is States Number 7. It's been admitted into evidence, and it is a fired cartridge casing from a 45 caliber pistol. So did you examine states number 7 and compare it to states number 10, the Glock pistol?
Yes, can I have some scissors, please? Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 7 as Richland County Item 5, which is one fired .45 auto caliber cartridge case.
Why do you have it open? Can you hold that? I'm just gonna set it here so. Okay, so that we kind of talked about there. That's a fired cartridge casing.
Correct. So there's nothing inside of it. When it's unfired, gunpowder is housed inside of it with the bullet kind of like holding it all in.
My analogy, that would be
That's-
the pin part that's
yes.
left behind in the projectile
Exactly.
leads. That fired cartridge casing,
Yes.
did it match out of one of those guns you tested?
It did identify to States Exhibit 10,
Which is?
the Glock .45 auto caliber pistol.
That fired cartridge casing matched states number 10, which is the Glock .45 caliber pistol.
Yes.
All right. You still get your scissors, so
I do.
this is states number 9. Let me ask if you had a chance to examine states number 9.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 9 as Richland County Item 16, which is one fired metal jacketed bullet.
Okay.
Do you want that too?
What we got?
Oh.
Is that what this is? States number 74?
I'd have to, that's not my photo, so it looks similar, yes.
Okay. Is it projectile?
It's a bullet, projectile, yes.
Is that how the projectile, the bullet looks when it's attached to the cartridge before it's fired?
No, that's not how it looks when it's intact before firing.
Okay. What causes a projectile?
So this is a jacketed hollow point, which means that the inside is lead and is surrounded by a metal jacket, usually copper or brass. And jacketed hollow point means that the point, the top of the bullet, the nose of the bullet is open. And those are designed to, when upon impact, spread so that it doesn't travel through your target and possibly hit something you're not meaning to shoot at.
Okay.
So this is what happens. It expands into this pretty starfish.
Okay. So states number 9, projectile. Were you able to match that to either of the firearms you tested?
Yes, I identified it to States Exhibit 10, the Glock .45 auto caliber pistol.
Okay. So the Glock 45 fired this casing that we heard testimony about before, and it fired the projectile shown in state 74, but also what you've got in front of you is states number 9.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So is it your expert opinion the Glock 45 fired the casing, states number 7, and fired the projectile, states number 9?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Would you answer any questions that the defense may have?
Cross that.
So, as a firearms expert, are you familiar with the, I guess it's states 11, which is the Taurus 30 pistol?
The Taurus G3?
G3.
Yes.
where I got tossed there. And you examined it.
I did.
Now, you testified that there were 10 bullets submitted to you, though they're not in the same box. Is that
Yes,
correct?
10 unfired cartridges.
So you agree that this weapon, this 9mm pistol, is semi-automatic, is that right?
Yes, a 9mm Luger semi-automatic pistol, yes.
So it holds 1 in the chamber
Yes.
and 9 in the magazine.
No.
All right. How many in the magazine?
Give me 1 second, because sometimes it can be submitted with extended magazines. 1 second, and I'll refer to
That
my...
would mean more bullets.
I'm sorry?
That would mean more cartridges.
Yes, more cartridges. This particular firearm was submitted with a magazine that could hold 17. So if you fill the magazine, it's 17, and then if you carry one in the chamber, the firearm itself can hold up to 18.
17.
Yes.
And now you mentioned that this Taurus weapon was compatible with what you were asked about being a solo fish.
Yes, the solo fish flashlight laser combination, it is compatible with the Taurus. It's also compatible with the clock. Both of these firearms could have that flashlight on them.
Are you aware that your department concluded this weapon belonged to the young man Belton, who was deceased in this incident?
I don't pay attention to the particulars. I just look at the evidence.
Did you examine the Taurus to see if it had markings that would indicate that all this was attached to it?
No, I did not.
And what's the function? Well, we can assume a tactical light is a flashlight.
Yes, it's a flashlight and a laser. It just has buttons. You can turn either one on.
And this had also in combination, meaning one accessory that attaches to the weapon, and would attach to the bottom of the barrel of the Taurus?
It attaches to the frame. The frame has like kind of grooves cut out that's called accessory rails. And it's underneath the barrel, but it's actually attached to the frame.
Okay. As consistent with the Taurus, which had those rails.
Taurus and Glock both have those, yes.
And the red dot laser, is this a red and green or just a red dot laser?
I did not examine this, so I don't know what color the laser is.
What's the point of this accessory, a red dot laser?
Well, it's not necessarily a red dot laser. So a red dot laser is actually a brand. So this Solo Fish flashlight laser combination, the point is so that you could possibly shoot in the dark if you needed to illuminate anything that you plan on shooting at. And then the laser can be used to help shoot what you're intending to shoot, so targeting.
So with a gun not equipped with a laser sight, is that fair? One not equipped with a laser sight, you have to look down the barrel and try to hit what you're aiming, right?
You would look down the sights, which are on top of the firearm. Again, it doesn't matter really. It is helpful, but it can also not be helpful. It depends on what scenario you're in. If you're in a scenario
What
where...
is it? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure what it meant if you said it.
The flashlight laser combination?
That's not my question. My question is, without that equipment of a laser sight,
yes,
you're relying on your aim on the top of the barrel.
You're relying on your aim either way, I guess is what I meant. Is it your aim laser combination? Aim is not everything. When you fire a gun, if you are anticipating firing that gun, you are going to usually miss what you're aiming for.
Let me ask you to get back to my question, if you don't mind, Your Honor. That's not really responsive to my question, which was pretty simple. With a gun,
I'm just asking that he's interrupted a couple of times. Let her explain her answer.
well, that's because her answers are not responsive to my question.
Well, I understand sometimes you don't like it, but you need to let it finish, and then we can move on from there.
Have a way.
I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at now. So I don't remember what I was saying. You can
Let me ask
rephrase your
the
question.
again. Can we agree that a laser sight fires a beam of laser light?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose of the laser light is to allow the person, whether it's nighttime or daytime, to put that light on whatever you intend to shoot to improve your ability to hit what you intend to shoot. Isn't that the purpose of the laser
It does
light?
help, yes.
Okay,
But
thank you.
only if you are competent with a firearm. If you are not competent with a firearm, it's not going to help you.
And you don't know about the owner of this?
I don't know who owned this, and I don't know their competency, but having a flashlight laser combination does not make you suddenly a magically gifted shooter.
Do you have a red laser or a laser sight on your firearm, your service revolver?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything on redirect?
You familiar with a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380 pistol?
Yes.
Oh, that little?
Yes.
I got one of those and it came equipped with a red dot.
Yes, it comes with the Crimson Trace laser, yes.
Your Honor, I don't think that's proper direct, and I don't know that it's relevant what he owns at home. Although I'd be happy to go into his gun collection if you deem that relevant.
You familiar with that gun?
I am familiar, yes.
It's a mass-produced pistol.
Correct, yes.
And it actually comes from the factory with a built-in laser.
It does, yes.
Do you have any firearms with lasers?
I don't know.
Do they help you shoot any better?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you step down, man. Thank you for being here. Stay ready to go in there, please.
Yes, sir. You're on state calls. Ty George.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Taima Jordan.
Mr. George, where are you employed now?
I'm currently employed with Garfield Wilson Associates.
Okay. You and what are you doing over there?
I'm now a polygraph examiner and a private investigator.
Okay. You used to be. Where did you used to work?
Richland County. I retired in September of last year.
Okay. And do you miss me working with me?
Actually, I do. Actually, I do. You're kind of one of my favorites.
How many years did you work for the sheriff's department?
22 with the sheriff's department and 3 years with Camden Police Department.
Okay. 25 years in law enforcement altogether. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just generally, I'm not asking for specifics. Did you see a lot of change during your time in law enforcement? Just in investigations, just crimes, everything?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you did retire from the sheriff's department, what unit were you in?
I was actually in the narcotics unit.
Okay. But at times, did you investigate violent crimes as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You had occasion on May 28, 2023 to become involved in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And May 28, 2023 was the date of this incident, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Would you walk us through how you became involved in the case?
So that was Memorial Day weekend. So I was actually supervisor on call. So the way that works is from Thursday midnight to the following Thursday midnight, there's a team of investigators that handle calls after 5 o'clock. I happened to be the supervisor on that particular shift, so we were responsible for handling any calls after 5 o'clock that required investigating.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call to respond to either Springtree Drive or 7441 Park Lane Road?
I did.
Okay. And what was the nature of the call?
It was a shooting hit.
Okay. Where did you respond first?
Actually, I was on the way to Ranch Road. We were called there because they have found some juveniles in a vacant apartment with firearms. So I was actually headed there to help the other investigator at that time.
Okay. So you were redirected, you were going to an incident involving juveniles and firearms. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
While we're at it, you talked about a lot of changes in 25 years in law enforcement. In the year 2023, was it uncommon for the Sheriff's Department to get calls regarding people under 18 being involved with firearms?
It was not.
Being in possession of firearms?
It was not.
Okay. And that's illegal, is it not?
It is.
Is it your testimony that's become something that has become more and more prevalent as time has gone on from when you started in law enforcement?
Yes, over the years it has.
Okay, so the call for service at Park Lane Road was shots fired, you said?
Shots fired or someone hit from gunfire.
And are you familiar with ShotSpotter?
Yes, I am.
What is ShotSpotter?
So ShotSpotter is a system that we use, or that we did use before I retired. It's a system that's placed around the county with sensors, and those sensors are able to detect gunfire.
Were you familiar with the ShotSpotter hit in this particular incident?
Yes, I was.
And so essentially, that's just microphones that are set up around Columbia, Richland County, in certain places that they're basically microphones on the tower.
Correct. Microphones and sensors.
And they're trained to pick up gunfire.
That is correct.
Let me show you states number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that just a copy of the ShotSpotter that was picked up on this occasion?
It is.
All right. I'm going to take off the state number 5 for mission of evidence.
Objection?
No objection.
All right, let's just take 5 without objection.
Okay, so that would be something that ShotSpotter would pick up, and then does that, when ShotSpotter detects gunfire, do they alert local law enforcement?
Right. That's what happens.
Okay, and so is a time attached to those ShotSpotter alerts?
It is.
Okay. When you respond to 7441 Park Lane, do you go directly there, or did you go to the scene on Springtree Drive?
To the scene on Springtree Drive.
Okay. And what was going on Springtree when you got there?
I think EMS has already left. There were several other investigators already there, and also deputies that were there as well.
Okay. Was crime scene there yet?
I don't recall seeing them yet.
Okay. Was Mr. Chow there at Springtree, or had he already gone back to Park Lane?
I don't remember seeing him at the scene.
Okay. All right, so you probably didn't spend too much time at the Springtree Road incident, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to 7441 Park Lane then?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and who was there when you went there?
It was Mr. Rick Chow, the defendant, Andy Chow, and Alice Chow.
Okay. At that particular time, what was your understanding of what you were investigating?
Apparently, the victim in this case allegedly has stolen some water. And so we went back to the store to try to get surveillance video to see if that actually occurred.
Okay. So Mr. Chow was there, you said?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And was he cooperative with you as far as trying to obtain video?
Oh, he was, yes.
All right. There was some testimony earlier about a room that he had his equipment in. You remember that room?
Yeah, so you walk in the store, you pass the front counter, kind of make a small left, slightly, actually a small right, and it's right there in the back.
Okay. What do you remember about that room?
Monitors and hard drives everywhere.
Okay. And did you direct Mr. Chow to look up a certain time period?
Correct, that would be correct.
And what was that time period? What were you trying to watch and review on the video?
Try to see the time that the victim came into the store and also the alleged shoplifting that they said that occurred.
Okay. Did you have multiple angles to choose from as far as video camera surveillance footage?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you review multiple angles?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We had earlier a series of clips. It states number 3, which has been admitted into evidence. And we have a number of slides that came from that were also admitted into evidence. I'm going to walk through those with you and just see these videos that you would have reviewed. But first of all, let me, was Deputy English in there in the room with you and Mr. Chow when y'all were looking at the video?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he was wearing his body-worn camera?
Correct, he was.
We're going to, it's in evidence as Deputy English's body cam. We haven't published this portion yet. But it's in evidence as his body cam. We're going to publish a section just of them back in the security. So we're going to call that states number 84. And permission to publish states 84 this time. Yes, sir.
Him in the Rick it's something. Like she walked in the door? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to play the whole street on the dip. I was in the Rick. You told him to put on the backpack and stuff? Yes. Yeah.
Ty, just real quick. Did you find Mr. Chow being to be an adept at navigating through his security system?
Very much so.
Okay, we just saw some of it. Was he able to fast forward his video?
Fast forward, rewind, slow it down.
Okay.
Enlarge.
Did you able to speed it up?
Yes.
Put it in reverse?
Yes.
Zoom in?
Yes.
Zoom out?
Yes.
Toggle between different cameras?
Yes.
Was he able to do that for you rather quickly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, continue. I'm sorry.
We have another camera. Let me not touch anything. We have a camera that will show. Yes. You want to see this? I see that. We have right now.
Actually, could he go back to the angle where he was at the water cooler?
All right, so you just asked him, can you rewind and go back to the angle where he's at the water?
Correct.
Why did you ask him, why did you direct him to do that?
Well, wanted to look at it to see exactly what the young man did to make sure that we saw what we thought we saw.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any stolen merchandise found on or around Mr. Cyrus Carmack-Belton?
No.
Okay. And you're asking him now to go back to the scene where he's at that water cooler, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm going to continue playing it now, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's not no more. Yes, I have. I think this. So I can say before it's not screwed.
You remember that moment when you realized Cyrus never took anything? Do you remember that?
I do.
And in the video, Mr. Chow turns and just sort of does that.
He does that.
Was anybody showing any emotion during this time? To your recollection?
Not to my recollection, no.
And so he's fast forwarding, he's reversing, he's zooming in, and he's pausing. He's putting it in slow motion. Is that what you remember?
That's what he was doing.
All right. I'm going to show you some videos now that came from states number 4. There's a number of slides, and we haven't published them yet, but you saw them that night. You've seen them since. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with slide 2, states number 4. Okay, I'm going to go next to slide 3 of states number 4. Next is slide 4 of states, slide 4 of states number 4. Moving on to states 5, slide 5 of states number 4. Slide 6 of states number 4.
States number 4. Slide 8 of States number 4. Investigator Jordan, while we're watching that, who is this woman that we're seeing right here on the screen?
Alice Chow.
Alice Chow?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other male we've seen in the videos with the hat on backwards is who?
Andy Chow.
Okay, thank you.
Who is that individual
In the plaid shirt,
in the plaid shirt?
Rick Chow.
All right. Moving on to slide 10 of states number 4. Slide 11 of states number 4 is next. Slide 11 goes, for now, go to slide 13 of states 4. Next is slide 14 of states 4. Let me ask you, Investigator Jordan, you review the videos, did Cyrus Carmack-Belton ever brandish a firearm inside of 7441 Park Lane Road, the Shell gas station owned by Rick Chow?
He did not.
Did Cyrus Carmack-Belton ever point a red laser that was attached to a Taurus pistol while he was in the Shell station at 7441 Park Lane Road?
He did not.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever said he did that?
It's in the store?
In the store?
No, no one.
I want to go down to slide 15 of states number 4. Next is slide 16 of states number 4. State 17, or slide 17 of states number 4.
In your pocket. Yeah. I don't have no water in my pocket. I don't got no water in my pocket, but I'll still be water. This is good water. No, it is. Hey, man. Take another one. Go up. Good? Okay.
Moving on to states, or slide 18 of states number 4. Do you agree with it? There was multiple angles that you were able to review of the same incident?
That is correct.
Next on my list is slide 19 of states number 4. Slide 20, states number 4. Next is slide 21, states number 4. Did you ever recover, did you ever see the shoe that popped off of him in that slide?
When I went back to the store, it was on the counter along with 2 cell phones.
Okay. And who had collected those cell phones and that shoe?
Alice Chow.
And she had taken it from the scene and brought it back to the gas station?
That is correct.
Do you know if she took any other evidence from the scene?
I do not.
Okay. But the crime scene was unable to collect the shoe and the cell phones from where they were originally found because Alice Chow had already moved them?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to skip a couple here and do slide 24 of states number 4. slide 25 of states number 4. What would that depict?
Ms. Chow with the shoe and 2 cell phones.
Going now to slide 31 of stage 4, which is these videos kind of stitched together as Justin Martin had described before. Pictures, investigative Jordan. This is states 67 and 68. Do you recognize those just to be screenshots from videos of this slide?
They are.
I see you 70, 71. Do you recognize those to be screenshots from videos of this slide?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state offers states 67 and 68 for admission into evidence.
Yeah, I think they're screenshots from what they already put in on this note there.
Oh, they're already in?
Well, they're videos that they just played in, a screenshot from those videos.
All right.
And then also 70 and 71 for admission into evidence.
All right. States 67, 68, 70, and 71 without that.
Ty, let me show you 61 and 62. You recognize those also to be just screenshots from videos you just watched?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what about 63 and 66?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state officer states 61, 62, 63, and 66 omission of evidence.
Mr. Scott, may I see those, not those two, the two that are still in front of me? Just make sure I don't need to renew my, okay. You know, just, no objection, but just renew our pretrial objection.
Sure. All right, then will be admitted as states 61, 62, 63, and 66, subject to a pretrial objection.
Thank you. Let me put up states 63. All right. Investigator Jordan, 25 years in law enforcement. Have you had occasion to handle a case where you had video or a picture of a suspect that you were trying to identify?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it common to eventually identify subjects based on surveillance video or photography for that matter?
It's very common.
And is it helpful if you have high definition video or screenshots of an individual?
Yes, it is.
Is it helpful in your experience to have good descriptions of the clothing they're wearing?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful in a case like this, if you're trying to identify somebody who is suspected of shoplifting, to be able to do freeze frames, to be able to reverse, to be able to zoom in on their picture? Would that be helpful in identifying them?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were looking for a suspect, and they were accused of something, and you had the video footage of them from multiple angles, you said that would be helpful. What if you had their shoe? Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would.
What sorts of things could you do if a suspect left their shoe behind at a scene and you were trying to identify them?
DNA or fingerprints?
You could request DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
All right. What if a suspect, you had multiple camera angles of their face, high definition videos of their face, you had their shoe? What if they left behind 2 cell phones? Would that help you in identifying that person if they did commit a crime? Would that be helpful to you?
Yes, it would.
Have you ever responded, or has your department ever responded to a call for service to a convenience store because there was a complaint of shoplifting?
Yes.
And is that common?
Unfortunately, yes.
But that's your job. Is that not the sheriff's department's job to respond to calls for service if somebody is accused of theft at a store?
It is.
And is it your job to investigate if you were called to a convenience store for the crime of shoplifting?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any knowledge of your department instructing employees or owners of convenience stores to follow suspected shoplifters and chase them down?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Not that you're aware of. Have you ever heard of anybody in your department instructing anybody to do that?
No.
Technology?
I am.
And what is that? Investigator Jordan, do you think it would be you would have some tools to work with if you had gotten a call that this guy, this boy right here, had stolen. Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him
Yes,
and investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
yes,
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Answer any questions that Mr. Kent has.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We're going about an hour and a half, so we will take our afternoon break. We will, be these, let's just say until 3:45. Remember, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, but do your research and take it out. Take a break. Anyone remain seated, just do it, please. All right, anything before we take a break?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
We'll be at ease and, don't discuss testimony.
camera with the body camera is right here.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's already in there, right?
Yeah, we just have to.
Just, what we played in the Stacy, before it's been introduced, we did have a physical representation of the body cam. This is Stacy before.
Is this gonna be the last witness today?
We got another one lined up. I just, I guess, didn't know how long this takes.
You're seated, Your Honor.
Investigator, I want to give you your proper title. Could you tell me what you would like me to call you?
Ty is fine.
Ty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to make sure I give you your proper title and the respect that you are due. You have been sitting in the courtroom, so you understand normal questions I ask people at the beginning, so I don't think that's necessary. You've testified many times before. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And the two of us have never met. Is that also a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we'll focus over here while I ask you these questions. I want to go through a little background to make sure I understand a little bit more about you. Is that a fair statement?
That's fine.
Okay. As I ask you these questions, I just want to make sure I understand a little bit of everything. You were with the force for how long?
25 years.
In those 25 years, you started out with your training at the Criminal Justice Academy?
That is correct.
And at the Criminal Justice Academy, they gave you training?
They did.
They training on how to become a police officer, if you will?
Essentially, yes.
Training on report writing?
Yes.
Investigative techniques?
Yes.
Witness interviewing?
Yes.
And in conjunction with that, the other thing that we also work on is you go to seminars?
Continuing education classes, yes.
And you've been to many continuing education classes, I'm assuming?
Yes, to keep certification.
And we do all of these things to make sure that we are good investigators, officers, stewards of the community. Is that also a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we go through these classes and things of this nature, we want to make sure that we uphold a certain standard so that we treat every case the same. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we look at these things, we talk about the investigative techniques, the witness interviews, investigation, collecting evidence. We want to make sure we uphold a specific standard so that later we can sit down and talk to a jury or a judge about what has happened in the case.
That's fair.
We want to make sure when we're looking at these cases that we don't use our memories, we use the evidence and information that we find on scene or from witnesses, so we do everything correctly.
That's fair.
Because we do not want to rely on witnesses' memories and we do not want to rely on emotion when we're trying to make decisions. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And we do not want emotions to get in the way of actual critical evidence and police work. Is that also fair?
That's fair.
You have been put on the stand, and is it safe to assume that you are the case agent in this case?
For lack of better words, yes.
Okay. And as the case agent, I am free to ask you questions about this case. You're pretty familiar with it, as the solicitor just did.
I am.
And you have looked at all of the information, the files, the witnesses, the evidence, everything that I was just asking you about that we do in a very specific way to make sure we can do things critically. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so I'm free to ask you questions about what has happened, the investigation, the evidence, and the other witnesses that were talked to in response to this specific case.
Yes, you are.
And so first I want to talk to you about, and we spent some time talking about the store in question. So again, I want you to tell the jury, where is this store?
7441 Parkland Road here in Richland County, Columbia.
And one of the things that we started talking about in the cross-examination and the direct examination from the state is they were talking to you about the victim in this case, correct? Remember, they're talking to you about him.
Yes.
And when they were talking to you about him, they were talking about him going inside of the store, correct?
Yes.
And there was questions about when he walked inside of the store, what was he doing?
He's walked in the store.
He's walking into the store.
Correct.
And through the course of your investigation, is that something that you looked at to make sure that he was just walking into the store? Not anything else. Do we just investigate, or we just say he's just walking into the store, we don't investigate any further? I'm just asking.
Walked into the store, then we observed whatever else is on the video.
And so you watched the young man walk in throughout the store.
I did.
And as you walked him through the store, did you think anything when you watched the video yourself? Did you see him walking around the store and you say, this is a little strange? You had mentioned that you had studied and looked at shoplifting for many times. Did you look at the video and thought there was something there?
No.
You didn't think there was anything suspicious or anything strange about his behavior patterns, walking around, or how he acted in the store?
No.
And this is, you have testified to this jury that you have investigated how many shopliftings in your time?
I can't give you a count of that. I've investigated numerous cases.
And when we investigate shoplifting cases, one of the things that we look at is we watch the behavior patterns and how individuals walk around the business. And as your testimony, there was nothing odd or strange about this.
No.
So when we watch the investigation and look into the behavior patterns of the young man who walked inside of the store, you watched him go to a water cooler. Is that correct?
I did.
And when you watched him go to the water cooler, you saw him take water bottles out and put water bottles back in. Correct?
Did.
And as a matter of fact, when you saw him taking water bottles in and back out, immediately the first time you could not tell what was done, and you asked to rewind it and watch it again.
Just to make sure that I saw what I thought I saw the first time.
And you had them zoom in so you could look a third time to make sure you saw what you thought you saw.
Yes. Yes.
And so you saw the long young man put water bottles in, put water bottles back out several times, or twice maybe, I think.
Well, he took them out and then put them back.
And you thought there was nothing peculiar about this?
No.
And I'm looking at this case, looking at the background that you know everything about. You know your young man went into the store with an empty book bag.
With the empty book bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
I'm asking you. You're the case agent.
Yes.
I'm
I
asking
mean,
what evidence
there's
is
other
this?
contents in there, but I mean, it was essentially empty, yes.
It was essentially empty book
Yes.
bag. And you've heard testimony that he went in there with a firearm.
Yes.
Okay, so this young man, and there's also been testimony that there was no money on him. There was no finances on him whatsoever.
That is correct.
So this young man went into the store with no money, an empty book bag, and a loaded firearm. And you're telling this jury there was nothing suspicious about that?
Well, we don't know they didn't have any money on him at all. There was no money found on him.
Again, my question was, you're telling this jury there's nothing suspicious about that?
Absolutely not.
And that is normal, and that happens.
It depends on who you are, what your normal is.
I'm asking you as the investigator.
Well, I can't speak on behalf of him. It's okay. I would probably do the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You would go into a business with an empty book bag, a loaded firearm, with a bullet in the chamber, with no money in your pocket?
No, you asked me about the money.
Okay, I guess what happened is, officer, if you'll allow me to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you opportunity to answer. If you simply allow me to finish the question, I'll give you as much time as you want. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
So as I was saying, what you said to this jury right now is you probably would have done the same thing. And my question was, as in going into a business with an empty book bag and a firearm, pick water in and out of a cooler with no finances or no money on you to pay for it. That's something that you would have done, is what your testimony was?
To that question, no.
Okay. And it's your testimony that that behavior that I just described was nothing that caused you any concern whatsoever? And watching the videos and rewatching them?
Well, that was determined or found out after the fact, as far as the book bag being empty and him having a firearm.
Well, officer, when we talk about investigation, one of the things we talked about is we investigate the entire thing, the totality of the circumstances. We don't piecemeal investigation, do we?
We do not.
And so we investigate the totality of the circumstance. So are you telling me you did not investigate the totality?
We did, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But you asked about the store. At the time he was in the store, there was no indication that he had a firearm, that the book bag was empty, and that he had no money. No one knew that.
But you did when you investigated, because you're the investigator. You're not a witness in this case, correct?
Correct.
You are an investigator.
Correct.
We do not try with emotions, correct?
Correct.
We try to utilize evidence and look at the full scene so we can present the full story to the jury, as I just asked you, correct?
That's correct.
And so looking at the totality of the circumstances, your testimony to this jury, there was nothing strange about that behavior?
Once again,
As an investigator.
him going into the extra question, because you do a lot of word salad, so can you give me the actual question?
That behavior is not strange?
For him to have a book bag?
An empty book bag, a loaded firearm, a bullet in the chamber, going inside with no money to pay for anything, pulling water in and out of a cooler, putting it back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, ask and answer. Number two is opinion testimony, is what he's asking. Do you find this to be strange, in your opinion?
I'll allow it, but just one more time.
The firearm being on him is the only thing that I would find that would be not right.
Okay. And so now let's go to the firearm. Through the course of your investigation, one of the things we have to figure out is ownership of said firearm. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And the solicitor was asking you questions about 14-year-olds in the community with firearms. You remember talking about that a little bit?
I do.
And you are aware that Richland County, your sheriff's office, your sheriff, has a problem with children and minors with firearms.
That is correct.
And it is not your testimony to get on the stand and normalize it and say it's okay. It is a problem.
It is a problem.
And so we're not trying to sit here and say it's okay for a minor to have a firearm with a bullet in the chamber going into a store. That is not your testimony, is it?
No, it's not okay.
And as we are trying to figure out, there's little things that we have figured out about that firearm. Do you agree that we figured out and found DNA on that firearm?
We did.
And the DNA belonged to who?
Cyrus?
So we had that, and then during you utilizing your investigation, you have testified prior before that you looked and utilized and went through the social media of Cyrus. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't go through his actual stuff, but what was given to me through extractions and through their findings, I was told what was in there.
As the investigator, the lead investigator on this case, one of the things we went through is to look to try to figure out the ownership of the firearm.
Correct.
And one of the things we utilized is went through his social media page to figure out ownership of the firearm.
Social media wouldn't tell me that he actually owned that gun. He's 14, so he wouldn't be able to purchase a gun.
I apologize, and that's a bad question. Ownership and or possession. Is that a better statement?
Yes.
And through the course of your investigation, you discovered that he had possessed that exact firearm within 24 hours of this incident.
It appeared to be the same gun, yes.
And this is something you have testified to prior. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this picture and ask if you recognize it, and have been asked to testify to that prior under oath before. You can look at me. You don't have to ask permission.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you can look at me and ask. The question, do I need to repeat the question, officer?
Yes.
Do you recognize the picture based upon the questions that I just asked you about your investigation, and have you testified about it formally under oath before?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it a picture, and what does it depict?
Picture of Cyrus holding a gun.
Which gun?
It's a black gun with a light on it.
Does it appear to be the gun in the case that we're talking about today?
It does appear to be the gun.
And that is a picture from his social media that was posted on his social media.
It was on his social media.
And that picture, could you describe what he's wearing?
A red hoodie with Chucky on the front.
Is it the exact same outfit he was wearing when he went into the store on the date that we're talking about?
The hoodie, yes.
Now, at this point in time, we'll remove this in as defense number 1. I'm sorry, Judge.
With objection to foundation, Your Honor, as we discussed before.
Okay. All right. Based on the pretrial motions, I'll allow it as defense 1, subject to the state's objection.
Now, before we get into a little bit more about the ownership of the firearm, now, the picture that we're talking about in, and I should have taken that from the The picture that we have just exhibited from Defense Exhibit number 1, that comes from a social media page, correct? As you just testified to.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from his Instagram page, and that was actually a larger post that was posted. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
It's a screen grab from a larger post.
Correct.
Can you describe the jury what that post was that you saw when you looked?
I don't remember the exact
You don't
post.
remember what the post was?
No.
If I show you the post, will it help refresh your memory?
Yes.
One moment. No. Person with insurance. I'll show you. Does that video help refresh your recollection as to the question I just asked you about where did the screen grab of that picture actually come from?
A video.
And could you describe the jury what was in that video?
The gun in his hand.
And what was he doing with the gun in his hand?
He had it in his hand. The light was on, so I couldn't see what he was doing behind the light, but he had the gun in his hand.
You're a 25-year officer. You've been doing this a long time, correct?
Correct.
You know firearms.
Yes.
You understand firearms.
I do.
And you're telling the jury you do not know what he was doing in that video?
The light was flashing, so it appeared that it could have been pointed at the camera, and that's the way it appeared, but I can't say that for sure because of the glare of the light behind the flashlight.
But this is a video from his Instagram that goes with the screen grab that we were just talking about now, correct?
Yes.
And this is one of the things that we utilize to determine and prove ownership of the firearm that we're talking about in question.
Once again, he's 14, so he can't actually, own or buy the gun, but he had it in his possession.
And his DNA is on the firearm.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would move the full video at Defense Exhibit 2, based upon what you just testified to, understanding the defenses and the prosecution's pretrial objection.
It's a foundation issue. That's not how this evidence comes in. And we talked about this and talked about relevance.
We addressed that in pretrial motions, and I think I've already ruled on that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's not coming in. Well, there's an email that explains it.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I mentioned first defense number 1.
Sure.
Can you shrink that down, please? there was a question for some time about the light that was found on the scene that was attached to the firearm. Looking at defense exhibit number 1, is that one of the things that would aid us in discussing where that light came from?
It could.
It could or it does?
You asked, could it aid? I said it could aid.
Okay. Did it?
Yeah, it did.
So is that, from your example, from looking at defense exhibit number 1, is that the light that was on the firearm that was found on scene that day?
It appears to be.
And that would be the firearm that we believe is in state's exhibit number 11. And I'll show that to you all.
Yes.
So again, through the course of your investigation, do you not find it strange, weird, peculiar that on the day before this, or within 24 hours, this is posted and then he goes into the store through your investigation?
You shouldn't have had a gun, period.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the things that happened inside of the store, okay? Is that fair?
Okay.
And talking about what happened inside of the store and the videos that we just watched, we watched actions of different individuals. We watched the actions of Andy Chow. Yes.
I don't know if you're asking me a question or making a statement, sir.
Did we watch the actions of Andy Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Rick Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Alice Chow?
We did.
And did we watch the actions of Cyrus?
We did.
We've already established that Cyrus would have had a firearm when he walked inside of the business.
That's correct.
We've already established that he legally did not have a right to either own that firearm or walk into the business with that firearm.
That is correct.
And then one of the questions comes up, and we're going to talk about Andy Chow's action that we watched in the video first. Okay? You have been at the front of that store before and looking back to where the coolers are?
On that day?
Anytime, like in part of your investigation, anytime.
I may have been in that store in my time in Richland County maybe 3 times, if that.
And that's fine. And one of the things that we have talked about is that Andy Chow had made a determination that he believed that Cyrus was stealing from the store.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And then you went and looked back and forth at that video, and it appeared as though nothing had been stolen.
That is correct.
And that he was putting water back and forth, but it did not appear that he had stolen something.
That is true.
And so, but still, from Mr. Chow, and I mean Andy's vantage point, that's what he had told you he had thought. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and what somebody else thought. Sustained.
This case is all about if shoplifting occurred, according to the state, correct?
It is.
When he went back up to the counter from the videos we watched, the question is, did he have anything in his front hood? Is that a fair statement?
They asked me if he had any water in his front hood.
And it appeared as though there was something heavy in his front hood.
I believe so, yes.
Could you see how someone could have mistaken water for a firearm?
Objection, that's an improper question.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. False speculation.
And watching the videos at the front that we've replayed, were you able to see something heavy in that front hood?
Not necessarily, but
What do you mean? Did you look?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to see and check if there was anything heavy from your vantage point looking at these videos?
He had his hands in his pocket.
Okay. And in your 25 years of experience, was that suspicious behavior?
Keep your hands in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
No.
When you went back and looked at the videos, we can agree, based upon your testimony, that Rick Chow was being very helpful in letting you see the videos.
He was.
And when he was talking to you about the videos, as we were watching them on the screens, he was asking Alice, when did the shoplifting occur? Something like that. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. And so is it safe to say, I'm sorry, and in watching the videos that we watched, most of the actions that happened inside of the store are Alice Chow, Andy Chow, and Cyrus.
That is correct.
And Rick Chow is in the back.
Yes,
And Rick Chow is the one who is showing you the videos.
he was.
And then once the three of you, and I think it was you, Officer English, and Rick, were looking at the videos, I think you had made the impression when he saw nothing was taken, he put his hands up or something like that.
He did.
Genuine shock?
I don't know if it was genuine.
Did you think it wasn't?
I didn't know what to think.
Okay. Did you indicate that in a report, anything of that nature, that I felt that he was faking or anything of that nature?
No.
And we had talked about when we do report writing that we want to make sure we have specifics. Would you agree with me there?
That's true.
And we don't want speculation.
Don't.
And we don't want to rely on our memory from 3 years ago.
Well, the video showed what it showed.
And what I'm asking you is the shock. Did you indicate anywhere in his report that he looked like he was faking, this was not genuine, he was making this up?
Well, I didn't say any of those words, but the video showed what it showed.
And when he talked to you, he had no lawyer with him.
He did not.
He didn't request a lawyer.
Not to my knowledge, no.
He just was talking to you and helping you and aiding you on what was going on.
That is correct.
And the conversations that were happening at the front of the store were between Alice Chow and Andy Chow concerning the potential shoplifting. Would you agree with me there?
That is true.
And none of the conversations were between Rick Chow and this young man.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And not that we saw in any of the video.
That is correct.
And officer, we've gone back and forth, and I understand how you feel about following someone out of the store. That this is not something you would advise anyone to do. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely not.
And you would definitely not advise anyone to follow anyone, chase anyone for 130 yards. You agree
Absolutely
with that?
not.
But you would also agree that that's not against the law.
It's because it's not against the law, you have to use common sense sometimes.
Correct. But we're not sitting here and saying following out of the store is against the law.
It is not, but once again, common sense has to be applied.
And in certain situations, we have, and you've been asked this question before, officers sometimes have to follow individuals. Would you agree with me there?
We do, and we're trained to do so, and we are, once again, trained to do that, and that's our job as law enforcement officers.
And sometimes
to go into danger so that you, as the other citizens, do not have to do so.
And sometimes officers make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
Absolutely.
And we can only take the information that is presented to us as we are paying attention at that point in time. Is that fair? Meaning the officer who walks in a situation, he can just take the situation as he sees it.
You could.
And in a situation, if, and this question was asked to you before, if you are following someone and they turn and point a gun at you and or your partner, what would you do?
Tell them to drop it.
And if they did not, what are you trained to do?
Fire, stop the threat.
Mr. Chow has a concealed weapons permit,
He does.
and that was part of the investigation that you looked into.
Correct.
And that is something that we also teach in the concealed weapons classes. Would you agree with me there?
What's that?
That the same thing that they teach you officers on how to be proper and how to assess threats and things of that nature.
Correct.
Have you had opportunity to look at all of the interviews and everybody who's given an interview in this case?
I have.
Are you pleased with the way that other officers conducted and did their interviews?
We all do things differently. But I have confidence in all my fellow coworkers. They did to the best of their ability.
To the best of their ability. But there's some things that could always be done different. Is that a fair statement?
Some things we all can do different, all do better. You're human.
And when I started talking to you, one of the things I was asking you about, Ty, is trying to, well, maybe I didn't ask this question, but I'll ask it now. When we try to get statements, do we try to get them as close to the time as possible?
We do.
Almost always. That is one of the things that is paramount to be an officer. You try to get as close to the incident as possible. Set of questions, but one of the questions that we want to make sure witnesses do not forget.
That is correct.
We want to make sure that witnesses' memories aren't merged with someone else's memories.
True.
We want to make sure that social media and things of that nature don't influence an individual's memories.
That's correct.
And these are the things that we're taught at the Criminal Justice Academy, as well as the seminars and classes that you've attended. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we try to make sure that when we interview witnesses, and I think we've watched some of the body camera, we want to separate people. We don't want them interviewed together.
Correct.
I mean, that's one of the first things to tell you. Do not interview witnesses together.
Correct.
Why don't we want witnesses interviewed together?
You want each person's authentic statement and what they saw and not have them impact each other.
And as an investigator, as an officer, as a gentleman who's doing this a long time, you have seen situations when other statements influence other individuals when done incorrectly. Is that a fair statement?
I haven't.
I know you've never done it, but have you ever seen a situation where someone's statement can be influenced by someone else's statement?
Not that I can recall.
You do not believe that actually happens?
You actually have, if I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I have not. I said I can't recall ever seeing it.
Correct. Have you seen a situation where an officer interviews two individuals at the same time?
I have not.
And we watched all the body cams in this case.
Yes.
Would you agree with me sometimes some of the officers are actually talking to individuals as they're together getting statements at the same time?
In this case?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing that.
But if that did happen, that would be a no-no?
It would be.
We talked, well, we haven't talked yet, but 911 calls are something that's also very important.
That is correct.
Because 911 calls, that's when we get the, not use a legal phrase that all of us know, the excited utterance. That's when we get the person's true emotion when they're talking and what really happened. And that's as close to the incident as possible a lot of times.
That can depend. Sometimes people's emotions and what they see can cause them to maybe, how can I say it? Maybe forget things that they saw, but once they calm down and think about it all the time, they start to remember things. And so that's why we try to bring them back sometimes so that we can get a more detailed statement.
But don't we worry about witnesses coming in and giving 2, 3 different types of statements? Isn't that a concern that we have as officers?
It is.
And you were in here, we worry about individuals giving different statements. We want things to be consistent. Is that fair?
That is true.
And when we're talking to the jury, our goal is to try to present all facts to a jury so they can have everything, so they can understand what happened on the scene, so they're not taking our opinion. Is that
To the
fair?
best of our ability, yes.
Did you interview either Rick or Andy? And I don't know, I'm literally asking.
Andy.
You did interview Andy Chow?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence. Was a question asked of some witnesses, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but since you are the investigator who knows the full file, there's a question asked that anyone on scene was told that Cyrus pointed a gun at Andy Chow, or if Andy or Rick Chow ever said that. Do you remember?
I don't recall.
So you do not remember if that was said?
I don't recall at that time.
That was such a bad question. It could have like 6 different answers, so that's on me. You do not recall the question being asked of anybody, or, well, first let's start there. Do you recall that question being asked?
I don't.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did Ricky or Andy Chow on that night indicate that Cyrus had pointed a gun at Andy Chow?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor. You've heard the testimony of some of the witnesses who have testified. As the case agent, was there ever any concerns about the veracity of any of the witnesses who had testified?
No.
Did any of the officers under your steward, when we were looking at this case, questioned any of the witnesses' veracity?
Objection again to hearsay, Your Honor.
Same.
I promise you I'm almost done. I promise you I am. Thank the court's indulgence for me.
Yes, sir.
And I very much appreciate your testimony. I know this is a difficult time, a difficult situation, and I don't want to take that for granted. But just to make sure I go back and finish. Cyrus Belton went into the store with a firearm.
He did.
It was illegal for him to walk into the store with a firearm.
It was illegal.
Through the course of your investigation, you showed that he had possession of that firearm within 24 hours before going into that store.
Correct.
The firearm was equipped with the light that we see on the TV now.
Yes.
Through your investigation, you found no money or payment ability for Cyrus to pay for anything in that store.
Did not.
The book bag you found had nothing inside of the book bag.
There's some papers in there, but essentially, no.
Your testimony is there was nothing strange that you thought of going inside of that store with nothing in it. Nothing in the book bag, other than the gun. I'm sorry, I don't want to. You thought it was strange going into the store with a gun.
Correct.
Rick Chow immediately talked to you that evening.
Not. He talked to, I guess, other people there, but then spoke to me at the store to show me the video. Yes.
No attorney.
No.
He went down and showed you the video surveillance.
He did.
He comported with everything that you asked.
As far as the video, yes.
When you were watching the video, you had to watch it not one, not two, but 3 times, and on the 3rd time you had to blow it up.
Didn't have to, but he said that he could.
He said he could.
Yes.
And then when it was shown that it appeared as though this person may not have taken anything, he said something that showed shock, but you're not sure if it was genuine or not.
The video speaks for itself.
And he was not in the store when the shoplifting occurred, or the alleged shoplifting occurred.
Who?
Mr. Chow. He was in the back. I'm sorry, he was not in the main area of the store.
Correct.
Is that a better question?
Yes.
Andy Chow and Alice appeared to be the one having conversations with this young man.
That's true.
Andy and Alice are not charged with anything.
No.
Andy Chow is the one who went out of the store first.
Yes.
You conducted an interview with Andy. We can't get into that, of course, but you conducted the interview with Andy.
I did.
On the scene.
No.
Okay, so you conducted an interview with him later.
Correct.
You're aware he gave several interviews on scene.
I learned that, yes.
You learned that, yes.
Yes.
Later, that he gave several
Yes.
interviews on scene. And Rick Chow gave several interviews on scene. And we saw a portion of one already.
I learned that.
Yeah, but we saw
Yeah,
one of them.
yeah, yes.
We
I'm
saw
sorry,
a
yes,
portion of
yeah.
one of it all there together. And then finally, you have testified, we may disagree with it, we may not like it, but you would agree it is not against the law to follow and or chase somebody from leaving from the store.
Not against the law, but once again, use and exercise common sense.
And you are not sitting here testifying even with any suggestion that you believe it is okay for a 14-year-old in Richland County to have a gun with a bullet in the chamber.
It's not okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Anything on either end?
If you saw 2 grown men chasing a child down the road, one armed, would you intervene?
I would.
Okay. Was Rick Chow licensed law enforcement?
He was not.
In 2023, were you licensed law enforcement?
I was.
In 25 years of being a licensed law enforcement officer, have you found yourself in dangerous situations before?
Yes.
How many times have you shot people?
Never.
Have there been times in these dangerous situations where you were felt compelled to have restraint instead of pulling out a firearm and shooting somebody?
Yes.
In 25 years of law enforcement in Richland County, you never aimed a gun at anybody and pulled the trigger.
I have not.
Let me ask you something, Investigator Jordan. I'm still calling you investigator. That's what you are to me. When Cyrus Carmack-Belton walked out of 7441 Parkland Road, May 28, 2023, was he walking or running?
Walking.
Was he combative with the Chows, or was he polite to them?
He's very polite.
Okay. In contrast, what were Rick Chow and his son Andy doing when they left the store?
Hastily running after him or hurrying out of the store to try to catch him.
They're hauling ass.
Yes.
What did Cyrus do when he saw two grown men running at him and screaming?
Your Honor, I'm going to share the video for itself, and now we're editorializing.
Thank you. On the other hand, when Cyrus turns the corner after he's walking, what does he do when grown men are running after him, screaming at him?
Appear to be scared and take off running.
Where again was Cyrus Carmack-Belton shot and killed?
On his body?
Where was his body found?
On Spring Tree Drive.
Do you know how far away?
Over a football field.
You were asked a lot of questions and about what you find suspicious and what could have happened here and there. Cyrus Carmack-Belton did not steal anything from that store.
He did not.
Had he been left alone to walk away, not been chased, if everybody stayed in the store whose name was Chow, would this situation have occurred?
No.
Thank you.
The solicitor just asked you, I don't really have one question. He asked you in your 25 years, you have never had to pull your firearm?
He asked me if I had to shoot somebody.
And the answer is no.
Never shot anybody.
Have you ever been in a position where somebody has pointed a firearm at a loved one while you were sitting there watching?
Actually, had the firearm pulled on me. On a loved one, no.
On a loved one, no?
No.
Different situation.
It is.
Thank you so much.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you for being here. Ready to call you next witness?
Sir. State calls Dr. Amy Durso.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand and state your name for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amy Durso, D-U-R-S-O.
Dr. Durso, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Medical University of South Carolina as a forensic pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathologists are medical doctors. We go through medical school and we go through pathology training, but we're specifically trained to do autopsies, so to look at bodies after death, to determine the cause and manner of death, and also
we're educated about patterns of injuries and different mechanisms of death.
Okay. You perform autopsies on people who have passed away to determine cause and manner of death, is what you testified to?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I'm up over 4,000.
And you are a medical doctor?
Yes, I have a medical degree.
And how many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert?
Your Honor, I have no expert or expertise, none whatsoever.
All right, I find that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving factual questions. Dr. Durso is qualified in the area of forensic pathology. The methodology and testimony is reliable, ladies and gentlemen. The same applies to what I told you earlier. Dr. Durso has been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, and you can accept her testimony and opinion and give it whatever way you deem necessary during your deliberation. Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Dr. Durso, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Cyrus Carmack-Belton on May 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with a couple of questions. What do your notes show that Mr. Belton, what was his weight?
Mr. Belton weighed 114 pounds.
Okay. And it looks like he was about 5'6". Does that sound right?
I have him as 5'8", but
68 inches in your...
yeah.
Okay. 5'8", 114 pounds.
Yes.
And his listed age?
Is 14 years old.
Okay. Initially, when you examine a body, what is the first thing you do?
So the coroner's office identifies the body, brings it out, and then we look at the outside of the body and we notate everything, eye color, hair color, scars, tattoos, any injuries, height, weight, postmortem changes, and after we complete that, we start opening the body and looking at all the internal organs.
Okay. Initially, what were your observations before you began dissection?
The most notable finding was a gunshot wound entering his right back.
Okay. What about other superficial type wounds?
There was a partially healed injury on his right hand, and there were some abrasions on his right lower leg.
I want to show you stays 77. Does that accurately reflect any abrasions on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And did these appear to be recent wounds?
Yes.
Okay. The location of the wound on his back, say that one more time.
It was on his kind of right back area, just below kind of mid-back.
Okay, and that states 80. Does that fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been introduced to state 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photo of one of the x-rays we took before we started the autopsy. So before we do autopsies on gunshot wounds, we x-ray the body to make sure we know where the bullet is, if there's a bullet in them, to make sure we recover that so we can hand it over to law enforcement. He's on his side.
Okay, I was about to say, so where his head would be to the right of the screen?
Yes, his head's to the right, his legs are to the left.
Okay, yeah, and I guess his buttocks would be at the bottom left corner there?
Correct.
Okay.
And he's kind of boosted up on a body block so we can shoot across the table.
And, okay. Dr. Durso, what is this object right here that we're seeing in state 79?
That's the projectile we recovered from the body at autopsy.
Okay. And this is just this is an angle, different angle, but this is state 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's upside down. But this is an x-ray going front to back of the body, again showing where the projectile is located. So it's just left of midline, as you can see.
83 is not in yonder, but we're offering state 83 for admission now.
No objection.
Already admitted to state 83.
Okay, this is a little, in state 83 again, this is what?
That's the projectile, and you can see the shadow of his heart just above that.
This is his heart?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but his head would be, this is basically looking at his head being up, his knee
Correct.
being down. I even see, I think, an arm right here.
Yes.
Okay. What were your general findings as far as the bullet wound? Did it have an exit?
It did not exit, no.
Okay. Let me show you, it hasn't been introduced yet, but do you often, or I guess rather, probably all the time, do you draft something like that when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so we have a stack of blank male, female, all sorts of diagrams that we take notes on when we do the autopsy. And then I kind of do my report based on some of the notes I take on there.
Okay. And this is not scale, right? Is it? It's just kind of.
No, it's a generic male diagram.
Okay. You're on the state officer, state 73 for admission.
No objection.
That'd be admitted to states 73 without objection.
What were your general findings as far as the? We already said it didn't have an exit wound, but the bullet wound that was found in his back. You said it was his right lower back.
Right, so it's the right lower back. It was just under 2 inches right of midline, 46.5 inches above the heel. It was a classic entrance wound. So entrance wounds have what we call an abrasion collar. So as the bullet enters the skin, it kind of rubs the edge of the skin and drags it for a split second on the way in. So that's a typical entrance wound, which this had. The other things we look for when we're looking at bullet wounds in autopsy is we look for soot and stippling, because that's going to kind of tell us if there's a clue as to how close the shooter was when they were shot. So if there's soot like in the wound, that's usually a contact wound. If there's soot more on the skin around the wound, that means the gun was usually within 6 inches. If there's stippling, which is actually the gunpowder that comes out of the end of the gun and has tiny little abrasions on the skin surrounding it, that's usually within around 18 to 24 inches. The exceptions to those, of course, if it goes through like an intermediate object like a car door or a wall of some kind, and also very thick clothing can block those things. On this case, I did not see any soot or stippling, so this is what I call indeterminate range, meaning I don't know if it's 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Okay. So no indication of sooting or stippling. So
And then, so after we track the bullet, it comes in, it goes through, it kind of hits the 11th rib, so we have 12 ribs, so just above the bottom rib. It hits part of the rib and part of the T11 vertebrae, so the 11th vertebrae going down the thoracic vertebrae there. It then goes through the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it goes through the right ventricle of the heart. So this is the most deadly thing that happened, is that it goes through his heart. That's not a survivable wound. It then goes and after it goes through the heart, it hits the inside of his rib cage. We're actually able to see when we remove the front of his rib cage where the bullet impacted. So it's actually a little higher up than where the bullet's found. So the bullet, because of the way it kind of mushroomed, got caught on the pericardial sac, which is the soft tissue sac that surrounds the heart. So it kind of pulled it back down, but it actually impacted further up and to the left.
would it have been immediately fatal, or would you expect to see somebody live for some time period after this?
So it's not immediately fatal. Those are more, and he would not lose consciousness immediately. Those are more with wounds to the head. So with a heart wound, maybe a minute or two, he could have, there's been reports of people being able to run with the adrenaline in their system, but not far. They collapse pretty quickly because the blood, every heartbeat is the blood's coming out of their heart and not circulating.
What is it that kills you? Is it
The blood loss. So instead of the blood circulating in your vessels and going to provide oxygen and energy to your cells, such as your heart, brain, vital organs, the blood is accumulating in his chest.
Tell me about midline is backbone, is that?
Yes.
How far from midline, left to right, was the wound?
The entrance wound was 1 3/4 inches right of midline.
And as far as the trajectory, was it, I guess, assume back to front? There's no exit and the hole's in his back.
Correct. So it's back to front. It was going a bit upwards, and it's going just slightly right to left. So it goes from just right of midline to just left of midline.
Okay. Let me, with court's permission, can Dr. Durso step down for a minute?
Sure.
Show me kind of on my back, just use me as a model, where would that entrance room be?
So if we go mid-back, just underneath that, just right of midline, I would say approximately in this location here.
Okay. You can figure, show the jury.
I would say right around here.
Hold on. Small shirt.
Okay. You want me to draw on you?
Show me what it is.
Okay. Never drawn on an attorney before.
Okay. And the trajectory was upward, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Show me with an X on the front of me where. Would it be on this side or this side?
It's going to be on the right side.
Okay. And do you need any notes or do you?
Turn around again. Oh, the left side, sorry, the left. Okay, so left, and it's, can I feel the bottom of your sternum? So it would be approximately here-ish.
Okay. Now with this rod, stand at the side. Show during my profile generally where that would be, how that would look going into Mr. Carmack-Belton's body.
Say it like this. If he was standing straight up.
Okay.
The problem is, like my diagram, everyone's standing in anatomical position. No one is ever really standing in anatomical position when they get shot. So.
Well, I got one more. Judge, you've seen my toy gun. It's not a workable gun. It's a problem.
You've seen this too, Dr. Durso.
I have, yes.
If you're in a shooter stance, if that was testified to, okay?
Okay.
Stand with the jury, or they can see you, and I'm over here.
Do you want me to put this down?
Yeah. Would you expect to see that trajectory if you're in the shooter stance and you're behind me and I'm upright?
So a lot of times we get people, if someone is behind you with a gun, in general, someone's not going to stand there. A lot of times we have upward trajectories from people bending over.
Okay. The victim bending over, you mean?
Yes.
Let's just for argument's sake, you're the shooter and you're in a standard gunman stance. I am upright. Would you expect to see the trajectory that you observed on Mr. Belton?
No, so either the shooter would have had to be below you, shooting upwards, or the victim would have had to be at an angle downwards, or he would have been uphill. There's a few different variables, but generally not straight if we're on flat ground and I'm directly behind you.
Testimony is we're on flat ground.
Okay,
Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance.
got it.
Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running from you?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner's stance with their back directly towards you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here with you in that stance,
Okay.
especially with you just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
Now, if I'm for some reason turning around aiming at you, like I'm doing now,
Yes.
is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. In your expert opinion, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
I think that's all the questions I asked for you. I promise it was on the shirt.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie. It will not wash out.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Nothing further.
Rose.
Good, how are you?
I don't think we've ever met.
I have not met you before, no.
Let's go through a couple of things. One, my name is Sean Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And under no circumstance am I going to let you draw on me. I can promise you that will not
I'm good with that.
Okay, I can promise you that will not happen.
That's great.
Dr. Durso, I just want to go through some of your testimony to make sure that I understand that everything that you've said. And of course, I have no challenge to your expertise whatsoever. And so please don't take offense to any of my questions. And if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. Is that a fair statement?
Fair enough.
And you do not have anyone to reward, anyone to punish. We consider you a neutral witness. Is that fair? You don't work for the solicitors.
Oh, correct. No. I'm just here to explain the autopsy findings and what it means, and that's it. I do not take sides.
And I'm definitely not going to disrespect or ask you how much you make or anything of that nature. That's completely improper, but you work for a living, correct? You work for the Medical University of South Carolina?
Yes.
And how long have you been there?
Well, I've only worked directly under them for about a year now. For 15 years before that, I worked for a private group of pathologists, and they just bought our practice. So I'm doing the same job for 16 years, but with MUSC for only a year now.
And doctor, as we talk about things, you are a doctor. You are say correctly because that is a rude phrase, but they want to make sure that they can look at it, challenge it, and see if it's done a consistent way.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there are specific standards that are utilized in doing autopsies.
Yes.
And that comes from the forensic autopsy performance standards.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And we utilize those to make sure that if somebody else is looking at the work that we've ever done, that we can have a standard so not necessarily can challenge, so they can make sure. Well, tell me why we have standards. Tell me the point.
Just so we don't have people making stuff up and creating havoc.
And we want to endeavor to make sure that if we utilize and follow the standards at all times, that's when we know things are done exactly correctly.
Yes.
What happens when we don't follow standards? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, to be
It's
honest
just a
with you.
question. Do you know, I mean, how about let's make this, looking at the picture of the autopsy, do we believe that all standards were followed properly?
I believe I did.
When we're looking at the human body, I think you mentioned that we take it from the anatomical position.
Correct.
We take the height of the individual.
Yes.
Because we want to be very specific.
Yes.
And then we measure where the wound is, the defect, I think some call it, or wherever the wound is.
Yes.
We measure it exactly because we want to have very precise measurements.
Correct.
And then in this situation, we are very specific that the wound path in this situation is back to front, and because we can tell that, because we can tell the entry wound.
Correct.
And it's going front, back to front, and it's going, I think you mentioned right to left,
Yes.
and it's going slightly up.
Yes.
Now, first I want to deal with the word slightly. In my research and looking and talking to other doctors, they had mentioned that that's generally not a word that we utilize when dealing with autopsy because we want specificity. Is that a fair statement?
I use it, and so do my colleagues.
But with a word like slightly, that's not a question where we can get a specific what numbers that we are dealing with.
I guess not, no.
And without having a specific, using a word like slightly, slightly on a small human being could be different than slightly on a large human being.
Yes.
And when we're dealing with standards and making sure we can make a point of what has happened, it makes it almost impossible for another doctor, another pathologist to look at our work and say, what does slightly mean? Would you
Well, that's
agree?
why we take photos.
And that's the next thing I wanted to get into. That's why we take photos.
Correct.
And when we take photographs in situations, we don't just take photos, we follow the standards to make sure it's done the exact same way. Correct?
Okay.
And you're familiar with the forensic autopsy standards? Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that utilizing the forensic autopsy standards, there are specific things that we are supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I'm not the one taking photographs.
But you would agree with me there's some specifics that we're supposed to have in dealing with an autopsy?
What are you saying we were missing?
I'm asking, are you aware of
Because
that?
I can see what.
Done. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I don't understand what you're.
And it looks like I am completely on the wrong. No, yeah. In section E2, it talks about what happens when we have injuries. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And just generically, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
This is the same pictures it's describing.
Okay. But what are we supposed to do?
It says describe an injury by type, location, size, shape, pattern, and color.
Okay, and if we turn to page 15, that is where our industry standards talk about photographic documentation of injuries. Are you familiar with that section in the standards?
Yes.
And if we go to the forensic pathologist or representative shall, there's E3.1 and E3.2. What does E3.2 require us to do?
It says photograph major injuries with a scale.
Did we do that in this situation?
The sheriff's department or police department is the one that does that. And typically they do. I do not supervise them directly.
Do we have a picture of any of the injuries with the scale?
There should be some.
We haven't testified or seen any of that yet.
Yeah, Mr. Kent, going down a road you might not want to go.
May we approach?
Yeah.
And doctor, I think I understand what you were saying, that you did not take the pictures, these pictures that we have.
Correct.
And if you would have taken the pictures, you would have had a scale next to the pictures as required by the industry standards.
Right. So the sheriff's department always uses a scale, I guarantee you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break. I'll be right back with you. I promise this is the last one of the day. Don't discuss the case.
It's been turned over.
We had, no one is saying anything's not turned over. So no one was accusing anyone of any type of, I don't want to use the word, discovery violation. But it has been handled, we've addressed it, I know how to address it with this witness. She didn't do it anyway, so it would have been fine. I think my question was going to stop because she didn't put it on there. The sheriff's office would have done it, so we would come through this witness. I mean, she's exactly right. She didn't do it, and that's where we're going to stop anyway the inquiry. She wouldn't put the picture on there.
Oh, there really no pictures from the jury?
No, they have some. Yeah, no, they have some.
Okay.
It's an image.
Can we approach them?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that it's standard practice. And what she testified to is, I don't think the sheriff's department coroner's office did. And she's asking, that should have been done. It hasn't been done. It has been done. It's been turned over, and we've called out all these pictures because I thought we were all in agreement that a couple pictures of his leg and 2 pictures, we were limited to 2 pictures of his fatal wound, which we agreed to, and now we're kind of being punished for that. So, I mean, it's a little, I don't.
There's no attempt to punish at all. I'm still in the middle of the direct of this witness. It is not, and they have a right to recross, and it is not handled properly. I think the court can address it.
Okay, well, we just, we need to print up this picture now and introduce it.
But she didn't take it anyway.
It does exist though, we don't know. So it's just, I don't like the implication.
Why don't we let him finish his cross-examination, see where that goes. If it is rectified during the cross-examination, we'll be fine. If not, maybe we will discuss something curative for me.
Yes. Yeah, and I think she did a good job of correcting it right there, and I think that's where we were going, but I'll make it up a little more clear. She's smarter than me. In there, so I think we're fine.
You told me I could correct you.
And you corrected the heck out of me, so I think that's where we were going.
It's court.
Just for the record, Your Honor, all of this information was turned over to current counsel, at least a portion of current counsel on what they, January 30th, 2025. They do have that information.
All right. Well, let's give the jury about 5 more minutes. I'm sure someone went to the restroom and stuff like that. So, anybody needs the opportunity to do that real quick, go ahead.
You don't think I do? You are not writing on me. It is not. I feel very comfortable. You'll never also hear me say this thing, and it's an old shirt. You'll not hear that. Yes.
All right, Mr. Bowden, bring him in, please, sir.
Quick moment, Chairman. Do we need to do a curative to show that this information was sent to the defense January 30th, 2025?
Let's see how the cross goes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, bring him on in.
You're the president, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Durso, I want to make sure I understand completely, and I think as we talked about, if I say something incorrect, you have every right to correct me. But I want to make sure I'm clear. You don't take the pictures, and I think that's where my confusion was. You don't take the
Right,
pictures.
I don't take the photos. I'm honestly gloved up in full PPE the whole time. So the coroner's office has a representative that takes photos. And in this case, I believe it was the sheriff's department
Yes, ma'am.
sent one of their crime scene investigators to take photos. And they always take pictures with and without scale of the wounds.
And you understand why that was a concern of a question that I had to make sure who actually took the pictures, and that's why I'm glad you can explain that.
Right, I'm happy to
And
correct you.
No problem. And I want to give you a chance to make sure to clarify. Is there anything wrong with someone different taking the pictures other than you? That way you can clarify to the jury.
No, there's no problem, and that's very typical, because I've worked in medical examiners' offices in North Carolina during training, and it's always someone else that's usually taking the photo. It's very infrequent in my experience
Yes, ma'am.
that the actual pathologist has the camera, because once again, we're in full gear doing the work, and that way we can just call someone over and say, take a picture of this.
And to make sure, so I don't look like I just tried to beat you up with a bunch of papers, I asked you the question about those forensic standards. You can understand it says something different. Do you want to explain why that's not at issue in this division? Because, of course, I read the forensic standards to the court.
Right, so it actually says the forensic pathologist or pathologist in training shall, and it literally says photograph injuries. So it literally does say that, which I think that's something probably names should correct, because I don't know any forensic pathologists that take the photos.
So you can understand where my confusion comes from, that it says that you should, and I'm not blaming you, not blaming the solicitor's office, but you understand when I read the standards, it says that you should, but you're like, nobody does that.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about, and again, if I use words or say things incorrectly, please talk to me, because one of the things we have to figure out is the laterality of the bullet as it enters into the body. That's something important. Would you?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Is that something that we measured to figure out inside the body, the laterality of the movement of the bullet when it went inside of the body?
So there's no exit wound. So typically there's an exit wound that's pretty easy to measure, but it's inside the body. So I described it. We took lots of photos, and I actually put a trajectory rod through his body to show the trajectory. That's our standard of what we do.
And you understand why I asked the question, because that could be something important, the laterality of the bullet going into the body, especially when we're talking about a right to left path.
Correct, and that's why I described where it was located and why I put the trajectory rod through the body. But of course, the body at that point has been opened, because again, it's not a through and through, so it's not a picture that most people would be okay seeing.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, that's one of the questions that, when I brought up at the beginning, utilizing, I want to make sure I say this correctly, utilizing words like slightly, when we then talk about we don't have a measurement of the laterality of how the bullet moves in the body, that would be something we'd have trouble determining how right to left something is actually moving. Do you understand why I had that concern?
Yeah, and that's why we have the pictures with the trajectory rods and all of the descriptors.
And how are the pictures of those trajectory rods? Are they taken from the angles, or are they just taken straight on?
They're supposed to walk around the body and take them from multiple angles.
And if it's not done, is that an issue?
It's not ideal.
Okay, just asking. Well, is it not ideal because we can't tell how right to left something is?
Well, I know how right to left, but for someone reviewing, like you said, I just like to be thorough.
The solicitor was asking you questions again about the right to left movement of the path. Now, when I was doing my studies, it says something, and again, this is where you correct me because you're smarter than me. When a bullet is moving like 3 to 4 inches, almost equates to like 30 to 40% turn to the torso. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the bullet inside of the body, okay, you know where I'm going, so I'll let you explain.
There's all sorts of theories about measuring angles and degrees, but the problem is there's so many variables.
Right.
And so, is the body twisted, or is the person just standing to the right of them? There's a lot of different variables. So there's not, unless you were physically there at the scene.
And that's what I wanted, and I'm glad you
And
said-
know exactly where everyone is standing. It's hard. I can tell you whether something's consistent with the pattern and the angle, but I can't say, well, this person had to be standing here because I don't know exactly what angle even the victim's body was at. Nobody can unless you were there.
And that's why, going back while we talk about we do the body in an anatomical position, and then you just talk about possibilities and not possibility, and the sad part is a lot of things are possible.
Correct.
And so when we say this is, it's almost rare to say something impossible because we don't know because you're not there.
Correct. I can say if it's consistent or not. Clearly, he was not shot from the front, he was shot from the back. So
Correct.
there are certain things we can say.
And when we talk about the slightly right to left, there's a degree, the solicitor said, couldn't have done that, which we understand, but there can be a slight turn, correct?
Correct.
Like there could be a slight turn this much.
True.
Okay.
If the shooter's directly behind.
If the shooter's directly behind, and we're going to do that thing, but you are not going to draw on me.
Come on. I'm good at it now.
Let's grab a couple of bodies. Would you come up here and show me again, because I want to make sure I understand. I'm going to have you come on down again. And just so you don't take the chance, I'm going to take Kenny Rogers, if he'll come over here and we'll utilize him. So what I want to talk about, so if we turn the body this way, and this is where we're going to be this individual.
Okay.
This is going to be the individual who had passed.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the solicitor asked you if this was possible, and you said no.
Correct.
But this is possible.
Slightly, yes.
So that's possible.
Yes.
So a human could be turning this way, and that's possible.
Yes, slightly to the right. Maybe not quite that much. I mean, that's assuming, like, if I'm to the right of you, that changes, but directly behind, because it goes just right to just left.
Okay.
I would say more than about there. If I'm directly behind.
If you're directly behind.
Yes.
So that's possible.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can go back up. See, you didn't get the draw on me. And they've introduced x-rays. Again, I'm not brilliant. One of the things that we always have to make sure of is the x-rays and so forth. Just shows where the bullet comes to rest. It doesn't show if the bullet is trampoline or anything like that when it's in the human body.
Right, and because of that impact on the inside of his rib cage, I could tell that it didn't come to rest exactly at the direct angle, because, bullets don't turn, they go straight. And then it got, again, snagged on the soft tissue around the heart, and it kind of yanked it back down.
And so I think the phrase I use, a bullet can trampoline back, is that a proper phrase that I just used?
That's a word, yeah. You can
Okay.
use that.
Look at me, look at words, look like I know stuff. And again, I want to apologize completely if I have misconstrued anything you have testified to, and I have not challenged your expertise whatsoever.
I understand.
So please apologize if it seems like I have done anything to do that. Have I given you opportunity to answer all the questions that I have?
Yes.
And do you feel as though you've gotten perfect opportunity to respond properly to everything that I have asked?
Yes.
Have you given opportunity to see? You don't believe that I've tried to trick you in any way whatsoever, do you?
No.
And you would agree with your testimony that we've talked about, there are different possibilities that could have happened and you were not there.
Absolutely.
And one of the things the solicitor talked to you about, if the two individuals are on flat ground, that takes a situation that you don't know.
Correct.
Because you're not there.
Correct.
And so if somebody's on a flat ground or raised ground or something like that, all of that changes our equations.
Correct. There are several variables, as long as that angle stays true, that you
As
can
long as
move
the angle
both
stays
the shooter, the shootee, and everyone else around. So.
And so the best way to do it is take the science that you have offered and put it with witnesses, evidence, and so forth, and let them decide what happened. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Oh, I've been told I've been told I have another question.
Okay.
for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Anything on redirect?
There you go.
All right, doctor, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's her get down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for today. Same rules apply. Don't discuss the case with anyone or amongst yourselves. Don't do any research or anything like that overnight. And we will get started tomorrow morning at 9:30. Y'all have a good evening. Oh, yeah, stop, just a second. Any more witnesses from the state?
Not for today, Your Honor.
Oh, so you're, okay. Sorry about that. Now you're excused.
May I on the record, Your Honor?
Yeah, we're still on the record.
Your Honor, directly I talked to Mr. Scott. I can assure you there was nothing that we were attempting to do to say that the state of South Carolina has hidden any evidence. They've given us everything we have. I just wanted to make sure that that was not our intention whatsoever.
I think that's clear.
Didn't want to today, but I fully expect us to go ahead and rest in the morning, if that's okay.
Okay.
We're just
Well,
gonna talk.
I was thinking you might rest now, and then we can go ahead and dispense with DD.
Okay, well, if you want, let me talk to them.
Well, it needs to be done in front of the jury, I think, so they're gone. So you can do it now. That's fine.
Sure, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that.
And just, not to beat a dead horse, Your Honor, but I just want to make sure the record is clear that, that information that was questioned about the scale and the gunshot wound, it was initially sent to defense counsel January 30th, 2025, and it was sent a second time through evidence.com on March 3rd, 2025. So it has all been released to them. They've had it for over a year. So just want to make sure that
I've never said not. Your Honor, the problem was we received it, it came as a crime scene photographs. And we, of course, are looking at what Mr. Kent was questioning on, which suggests that the pathologist shall, so when we didn't get it in the pathologist report, you know, it just wasn't there. So that was our mistake. No party foul from the solicitors. And we now have them.
Yeah, I think it was covered. I think you got cleaned up on it.
Your Honor, I just don't want this narrative of, you know, just going back to yesterday with nefarious intents, that narrative that, you know, solicitors' offices or the Fifth Circuit solicitor's office is holding anything away or hiding and, you know, playing fast and loose. That is not true. It's been sent at least twice. And I just need that to be clear on the record, that they have everything that we have, and they've had it for a period of time, and we've shared it with multiple lawyers throughout this case. Because Mr. Chow has been represented by some version of this team twice, and also the Shealy Law Firm, and each of them has received this information.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's clear. I think they made a good on the record. They have it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one last thing. During the questioning of Devontae Bryant, there were 2 videos used to refresh him. These are not in evidence, Your Honor. I kind of feel as though they should be offered as a court exhibit only because they were shown to the witness during the proffer, during his refreshing opportunity. They were not presented, not seen by the jury. I'm just not absolutely clear, so I tend to err on the side of caution. Would you?
Yeah, I think it's fine to make them part of the record unless they got some kind of objection to making it. There'll be 2 videos, there'll be 1 court.
There it is. And the court's exhibit, I guess.
Good thing, yes.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
I just think I have one more thing, and Madam Court Reporter, correct me. On the testimony to the last witness, Ty,
Brian.
Right. Yes, sir, Your Honor. I attempted to put in.
Jordan. Devontae Bryant, sorry.
I attempted to put in a video. We reread your email. It said we had to lay the proper foundation, so I think it was at that point in time it was not admissible, but I still want to mark this for identification at this point in time.
Or you can mark it as a court.
As a court exhibit?
Yep.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to make sure we got that marked.
That was the full Instagram post.
That was the full post, yes, Your Honor. We have one clip from it for the full post, and I think the court issue, we have not made the proper foundation as of yet, or it did not.
I think I just made a determination that the post was not coming in. I would submit a screenshot of it.
And I respectfully, I do not remember that from the court's email, and so I just wanted to make sure. I thought the email was just very generic, that it was allowable, that it was relevant, that we laid the proper foundation. And so
I think during the hearing, I determined the process was going to allow it was a screenshot.
I just want to make sure I don't run afoul of the court's ruling. Are we allowed to lay a foundation to get in the video now, or are you saying we are not? And that's not what the email says.
Yes. Do an appropriate foundation.
Okay, and that's what I was understanding. We still have to lay the appropriate foundation to get the rest of that video in. Yes, Your Honor. I understand that. Thank you, sir.
All right, anything else?
No, sir. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Y'all have a good evening.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. higher, fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.